Stream Elements says, Old Mage Guy is now live. Streaming Just Chatting, day 10 stuck on trackpad. Thanks Windows, I hate it.
Said right. Okay. I'm back. The update, obviously, as the title says, didn't fix the problem. I don't think I'm going to be buying an Asus computer again. We've got a couple of new videos, but we'll get into it. I do need to stop in the bathroom. And then I'll be back here and start Fallout back up. And get my shit figured out.
Down one by one on Capitol Hill today. Of course, earlier we reported on Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick making stunning and incriminating admissions about his trips to Epstein Island with his children. But in the House of Representatives, there were other hearings taking place as well. Lutnick was taking place in the Senate. In the House, you had Todd Lyons testifying before the Homeland Security Committee. Democratic Congress member Dan Goldman started cross-examining Todd Lyons, the acting director of ICE, and there were other officials from Border Patrol there as well. Goldman is a former federal prosecutor. Watch this cross-examination of the head of ICE, or the acting head of ICE, Todd Lyons. Let's play this clip.
Now, you are aware, of course, and there's well-documented, numerous well-documented instances of people, American citizens, being asked to show and prove their citizenship. Do you know what other regimes in the 20th century required similar proof of citizenship?
Yes, sir.
Quit chewing.
What?
Sir, there was various nefarious regimes that did that.
Is Nazi Germany one?
Yes, but
is the Soviet Union one?
I honestly,
sir, I'm asking the questions. Is the Soviet Union one?
Yes, sir, but I totally, this is the wrong type of questioning.
I'll tell you what the wrong type of thing is. Sir, it's
the
my
Holocaust
time.
Museum.
Reclaiming my time, sir.
If you want to go
reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
It's not the men and women of ICE that are out there doing it every day. So to say that the men and women of ICE that
Mr. Chairman, I'm reclaiming my time. I would like my time back, please. Please give me another 15 seconds because he was unnecessarily speaking. You said in your...
Then we have Democratic Congress member Swalwell cross-examining the acting head of ICE, Todd Lyons. Play this clip.
None.
How many ICE agents have been fired for their conduct under your leadership?
Sir, I can get you that data. I'll get that back to you.
Is it more than one?
I'm not going to speak about personnel actions, but I'll get you that data.
Can you tell us if at least, God, I hope at least one person has been fired for their conduct since these operations have begun? Are you telling us you can't even say one person's been fired?
Sir, I'm not going to talk about personnel actions, but we will get back to you.
But 2 people have been killed so far. Is that right? A nurse named Preddy and a mom named Good. 2 people have been killed so far.
Yes, sir.
Then I like this questioning over here from Congresswoman MacIver, who herself was arrested after ICE and Border Patrol Gestapo fabricated charges against her when she was out there in the Delaney facility in Jersey. Watch this.
That you may be able to answer. Mr. Lyons, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, how do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh, okay, of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not. How many government...
The gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will suspend.
Chairman?
A gentlelady will suspend. As I said, the issues we're debating here are important to ones that members feel deeply about.
Thank you.
While vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum and debate. The witnesses are here voluntarily. And I will continue to remind members that while oversight is important, aggressively attacking those witnesses personally is inappropriate and not in keeping with the traditions of our committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking a question. You guys are always talking about religion here in the Bible. I mean, it's okay for me to ask a question, right? But let me continue on. I got your note.
All right, the gentlelady may
Thank you so
resume.
much. Let me get back.
Next, you have more cross-examination by Congressmember Swalwell right here. Play the clip.
Director Lyons, last year you said in Phoenix at the Border Security Expo that you wanted to see a deportation process that was like, quote, Amazon Prime, but with human beings. Mr. Lyons, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a mom 3 times in the face?
None, sir. But you're also.
It's the square root of 0. That's right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but if we're going to go down that route of my comment, I did say that comment. However, that comment was taken out. If you go back and watch the video, I did say that we need to be more efficient when it comes to removing individuals from the United States, because ICE doesn't detain punitively. We detain to remove. I don't want to see people in custody. At the end of my statement was, and again, to your point, it was a industry day for AI and efficiencies, but I did say at the end of it, but we deal with human beings, so we can't be like them.
And speaking
That's
of
the
human,
key part that you're leaving out.
well, speaking of human beings, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a nurse 10 times in the back?
None.
How many times has Amazon Prime dragged a woman out of her car by her hair and then dragged her down the street?
None.
How many ICE agents have been fired for their conduct under your leadership?
Sir, I can get you that data. I'll get that back to you.
Is it more than 1?
I'm not going to speak about personnel actions, but I'll get you that data.
Can you tell us?
Then Democratic Congressmember Lou Correa cross-examined the acting head of ICE, Todd Lyons. Let's play this clip.
Cool. People, young people asking me, what do I have to carry with me so I won't be deported? Is, Mr. Lyons, carrying a passport, is that enough so they won't be detained or deported in my district?
Sir, an American citizen shouldn't carry or shouldn't feel the need to carry.
Let me tell you what some of your ICE agents have done. They pulled over a gentleman in a pickup truck, showed his passport, they threw it to the side, detained him. What do we have to do to show that we're American citizens?
Sir, no American citizen falls under Title VIII. No American citizen will be arrested for being an American citizen.
But you just said to my colleague that nobody has been fired because of violations of the law for disciplinary actions, yet this is happening in my district. Mr. Lyons, we're a very boring district. We work hard, mind our own business. ICE in our streets now. People are terrorized. American citizens, number of cases of Americans being detained. Being taken in, some being held for 5 days. Sir.
More exchanges taking place here between Democrats.
Apparently I was muted for that. Oh. I was saying that it's a rather boring district is rather saying something, because that means that the people of the district don't have much else to do except see what's going on. And yeah, they're going to hold you accountable.
Democratic Congressmember Goldman and Lyons. Let's play this clip.
5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lyons, what guidance have you given to your agents about asking people walking on the streets of America to show proof of citizenship?
Sir, as I stated earlier, the men and women of ICE, deportation officers, special agents, we conduct targeted intelligence-driven operation. We don't walk around on the streets asking people about their American citizenship.
Really? So all of those individual American citizens who have been randomly asked are lying. Is that what you're saying?
Sir, if the men and women of ICE are conducting an investigation, whether it be for Title VIII immigration enforcement or Title 18 criminal enforcement, they'll ask someone their nationality.
Right, but that's not targeted because they're asking all sorts of American citizens, including off-duty law enforcement. Now, have you directed it?
More from Congressmember Swalwell. Let's play it.
5 minutes.
A couple nights ago, I met with a woman who works as a cashier at a grocery store, and I told her I was coming to see you, Mr. Lyons, and she said, will you ask him, and she didn't want to give her name. She was terrified to give her name. But she said, when I get off my shift around midnight and I walk through the parking lot to my car, she said, if somebody rolls up in an unidentified van and gets out wearing all black and their face is covered and they don't have any identification and they ask me to get into the van, how do I know who they are? How does she know, Mr. Lyons? How does she know if they're an ICE agent or bad guys?
Sir, ICE agents have identifiable placards on their uniforms as well as their badges representative, but you won't see ICE agents rolling through the parking lots and just snatching someone up. ICE does intelligence-driven, targeted enforcement operations.
Bullshit.
Well, Mr. Homan and others have said that they target individuals based on the color of their skin and the accents that they speak, and that's why people are running through the fields and factories where they work. Director Lyons,
More from Congressmember Correa cross-examining Lyons.
Killing U.S. citizens today?
No, sir.
Those people protesting, practicing the First Amendment right, photos of them, data taken, they're not being placed in any kind of a database?
There is no database for protesters, sir.
One of your officers in Maine
Bullshit.
said to one of the individuals protesting, we're going to put your face in a little database. What does that mean? Do you have a little database
No, sir.
of Americans?
No, sir, we don't.
Then what
You're
do you
lying.
think your ICE agent was doing to this individual when he said those statements?
I can't speak for that individual, sir, but I can assure you there is no database that's tracking United States citizens.
Sir,
That's bullshit. We see evidence that there is. From when they do actually do targeted raids. Never mind the fact that they have the technology to do it already. To track somebody down. They just gotta know who they are. A face, a name. Yeah. It's bullshit saying there's no list. They're not keeping track. They're not got a database. Lie to me some more, motherfucker.
Well, actually, let's roll the tape here because, as the Homeland Security Democrats say, somebody's lying here. This was the tape that was taken in Maine where the ICE and Border Patrol Gestapo agents said they were photographing a peaceful protester to put her on a database. Here, play this clip.
What you guys are doing here? Yeah. Look at them. Look at them. The ICC guys, be careful. Be careful. They're over here.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
And we had more cross-examination here from Democratic Congressmember Goldman. Let's play it.
Your opening statement that references to ICE as the Gestapo or the secret police encourages threats against ICE agents.
100%.
The problem is you have it backwards, sir. People are simply making valid observations about your tactics, which are un-American and outright fascist. So I have a simple suggestion. If you don't want to be called a fascist regime or secret police, then stop acting like one. But people are
Fucking
simply
thank you.
just observing what they are seeing.
We've got Democratic Congressmember Seth Magaziner from Rhode Island. Let's play it.
This is video of what appears to be pepper spray thrown by a federal agent into Rafael Veraza's car.
you okay, Mama? You okay?
Seconds later, he realized his daughter, 1-year-old Ariana, was in the back seat, also battling the chemicals.
Are you familiar with this incident?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is a family of United States citizens who were out to get groceries at a Sam's Club in Chicago. When they arrived, they could see that there was a chaotic operation in the parking lot. They turned their vehicle to leave, at which point your agents sprayed pepper spray out of their vehicle and into the driver's side window of the Veraza's family vehicle. Is it proper procedure to aim pepper spray into the window of a moving vehicle?
Absolutely not.
I'm not familiar. I don't have all the details on this. It's an ongoing
Stop it.
investigation, but to answer
Stop
your
it.
specific question,
Is it proper procedure?
try to avoid that. No, it's not.
Try to avoid it.
Thank
You
you.
understand it's dangerous, right? Not just for the driver, but for pedestrians, for other people who could be hit by a car if a driver is blinded, right?
I 100% understand that, but you're talking
But
about intentional
nothing.
versus not intentional.
Well, no,
No,
listen,
no,
in
no,
the
no,
video-
no,
in
no,
the
no.
video-
No.
God, reclaiming my
No.
time. From the video, this was clearly intentional, and you know as
Yeah.
well as I do that in any other
No
law
two ways
enforcement
around that one.
agency, if an officer did this, they would be put on leave, investigated, and likely disciplined. Were any of
That's
your agents
very minimal.
ever investigated or disciplined for this incident?
I'll have to get back to you on this incident. I believe
The
it's
answer is
still
no.
an
You
ongoing
don't know.
investigation, but we have at least
I'd
10
like to show
open
you
cases.
another video. This one is from Minneapolis.
More from Congressmember Swalwell right here.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lyons, will you apologize to the family of Renee Good for being called a domestic terrorist by the president and his leadership?
No, sir.
Why not?
Sir, I welcome the opportunity to speak to the family in private, but I'm not going to comment on any active investigation.
Is she a domestic terrorist?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the investigation, and the president and secretary.
Hold up. That's not commenting on an active investigation. Whether or not you'll apologize for saying something like that is not commenting on an active investigation. And that dodge doesn't even make sense.
You know, I'm our elected officials. That's their right to their comments, but as career law enforcement, we won't speak to any.
Do you agree with their comments?
Sir, I'm not going to go ahead and talk about any ongoing investigation.
Will you apologize to the family of Alex Preddy for also being called a domestic terrorist?
Sir, again, I'm not going to speak to any ongoing investigation.
Mr. Lyons, you're staying.
How about Congressmember Kennedy, Democrat? Let's play it.
Will you commit, yes or no, to immediately unmasking every agent conducting immigration enforcement and requiring them to wear standard uniforms with identifiable badges?
No.
Well, it's a sad response. Your answer is completely unacceptable. People who are proud of what
It is.
they do
Next question should be why the hell
aren't
not?
hiding their identity. We're a nation of laws, and you, your boss, Secretary Noem, and Donald Trump are not above the law.
More from Magaziner.
So as you can see, the agent sprayed pepper spray at close range directly into the face of an individual who had already been pinned to the ground by 3 other agents. And there's a picture of this behind me to give you a better view. Is this proper procedure
No.
for the use of pepper spray?
I cannot comment on that because you're only showing one piece, and that subject
Has
is
this
clearly
agent
not
been
No,
compliant.
no,
But this is not the intended use of this weapon, correct?
no, it's not.
The intended use is to try to avoid escalating. It's to de-escalate the
All right.
situation.
But that
He
is
was already pinned to the
escalation.
ground by 3 other agents. I think he had been de-escalated. Is there any investigation into this agent for doing this?
I'll get back to you. There are several open investigations.
All right. Listen, there has been no accountability in your agency under the Trump administration. None. Your agency.
And here's what Congressmember Walkinshaw from Virginia had to say.
In this administration, under your watch, ICE has booked nearly 4,000 children. And 1,000 of them have been held longer than the court-ordered 20-day limit. Recently, ProPublica obtained handwritten letters and drawings from children detained by ICE. These are letters from children describing what it feels like and what it does to them when the government locks them up. This is Ariana. She's 14 years old, detained for 45 days.
I'm going to say something right now. If you're Jewish or Jewish descent, or even anyone from the area of Hitler and his reign, if you're okay with what ICE is doing, you should be fucking ashamed. I'm not going to talk about your ancestors and what you're doing with them and towards them against what they've done, because that doesn't matter right now. What matters is the fact that you're not repeating the mistake. Y'all, if anybody, know better. fight or had to have someone close to them who fought in those wars or fought against fascism, period. You should fucking know better. This shouldn't be a matter of, oh, but no. It's literal concentration camps again. Japanese, the Jewish, anyone of an Asian descent ended up getting put in an American concentration camp. So anyone of Asian descent that's supporting this, I'm looking at you guys in the same light as any Jewish person that's supporting this. No, I'm not saying you're traitors to your religion, your faith, or your people. I will say look at what you're doing in comparison.
Since I got to this center, all I feel is sadness and mostly depression. This is Mia, 7 years old. I don't want to be in this place. I want to go to my school.
Stream
This is
Element says,
Scarlett,
find me in other
17
places
years
Discord, Twitter,
I feel very
YouTube,
bored
Steam,
and
Xbox,
overwhelmed
and PlayStation
because
Old
I am
Mage Guy
locked
on
up.
TikTok as Mage.
This is Gabby, 14 years old. I feel so much sadness and depression of not being able to leave. This is Maria, 9 years old. Me and Dilly am not happy. Please get me out of here. This is a 12-year-old. Going to the doctor, and the only thing they tell me is drink more water. The water here is what makes people sick. And this one got me, Mr. Lyons, because this is a 5-year-old, Luis Annie. My son's 5. He can't write many words, but he can communicate through drawings like this. This is a picture of Luis Annie's family. And you might be able to see that none of the faces are smiling. Child detention is not required by law. You know that. It's not the only option available. And it's not effective.
No.
We know that community-based
As a matter of fact,
alternatives
it's damaging.
can ensure compliance with proceedings without traumatizing these children. Yet,
That's exactly
you
what it's doing.
continue to detain and hold children for weeks or months.
If anyone thinks for 1 second those children are not being traumatized from this, you need to check your damn self. You need to check your own trauma. And possibly even come to admit it, because that's bullshit.
Depriving them of school, stability, leaving them afraid, sick, and confused. And one of the key reasons for your mass detention, including the detention of Liam and his father, is to pressure people to give up their legal opportunities and pathways to remaining in the United States. Liam's father was following the rules, following the legal process with a valid claim. Let me be clear. No child, not Liam Ramos, not Gabby, or any of these children should be used as pawns in Stephen Miller's sick and twisted Great Replacement agenda.
Now I want to bring in Democratic Congressmember Raja Krishnamurthy from the great state of Illinois. Congressman, great to see you as always. So I was showing clips there at the outset in the Homeland Security Committee.
I can't express how much
Todd Lyons, who is refusing to unmask the ICE agents who are terrorizing communities like those in your district and others in Chicago, Illinois, and across this country, Minneapolis, and of course in many other places. What's your overall view, though, when you see, someone like Todd Lyons, who runs ICE, he reports to just show up in there and just so brazenly, he was asked questions by, I think, Congressmember Goldman, like, are you aware that it was, the Nazis who wore masks? Yep. And in Soviets, they wore masks? Yep. And you see nothing wrong with you doing exactly what these fascists did? Nope. I don't see anything at all. Like, it is so brazen and in our face.
Whoa.
It's kind of like in Russia where Vladimir Putin says, people, just walked off a ledge or walked through a window, that he didn't actually murder them. It's so in your face that it defies common sense. And that's the point. Like,
Yes.
they want you to just live with that and not challenge their authority, not challenge the facts as they frame them, not challenge any suppositions or their power. And that's completely outrageous. And in my humble opinion, the masks have to come off, the body cameras need to go on, the ID has to go on, there can't be warrantless arrests. There have to be third-party investigations of the use of force, and there can't be roving gangs of ICE and CBP agents stirring up trouble in cities. These are like common sense kind of reforms, so to speak, that have to happen. We have to abolish Trump's ICE, his version of ICE.
Such an interesting example you give there of Putin, because when all of these people start to die, you have Peskov, who's their version of Caroline Levitt, or Sergei Lavrov, who's their version of Hegseth or Rubio or whoever, saying we don't know what happened. I guess he was just sleepwalking, and that must be what happened. And the sinking feeling that people in authoritarian regimes must have when you hear those things and go, okay, we know he killed him. That exists here. I mean, talk to us about what you observed, for example, during this deposition of Ghislaine Maxwell. You sit in the House Oversight Committee, and she previously refused to testify, saying that she had to wait for the Supreme Court to rule on her appeal. Otherwise, she would have to invoke the Fifth. So MAGA Republican Chairman Comer says, okay, we'll let you delay it from last August until, this past week. Then she shows up and she goes, I'm going to have to invoke my Fifth Amendment because I've got a habeas petition pending, which any prisoner in the United States has a habeas petition pending if they want to. But she says, but guess what? If you give me clemency, this is what she said at the deposition. If you give me clemency, Donald, I will exonerate you publicly. And she said that. And I'm like, what? You were there. What was going through your mind? What
It was surreal, man. It was completely surreal. First of all, when I looked and saw the screen where she's doing her remote deposition from, it did not look like a prison. It looked like a dining room. It looked like some nice mansion or something where she was staying. And it just reminded me that she got this sweetheart deal from Donald Trump to basically be put into what they call Club Fed in return for her silence or fabricating testimony or for, quote unquote, exonerating Donald Trump. And then the next thing that happened is she invoked her right to remain silent. And, essentially she has that right, but basically what it means is that there are additional facts out there that she doesn't want to talk about that could be incriminating to her. It would expose her to additional criminal liability. And so then she says, her lawyer says, but if you were to give her clemency, well, then she would really tell you the whole truth. And it's like, come on, man, this is completely backwards. In our country, you don't get clemency, you don't get a pardon, or you should not, unless you admit guilt, you show remorse, you cooperate, you try to do what law enforcement and the public want you to do to make things right. She's done none of those things. She's never admitted guilt. She's never shown remorse. And now she's saying she's only going to cooperate, so to speak, if she gets clemency. So I've introduced a resolution saying she should never be given clemency. She should never get a pardon. She's a monster. She's a sex trafficking criminal. And so that's where I stand on Ghislaine Maxwell, in case you wonder.
But you ask people like James Comer and Tom Cole and these other MAGA Republicans, should she get clemency? Malliotakis, when she was speaking to our reporter on Capitol Hill, said, I can't answer that. I have to go see a physician. Comer, and I don't know, that's up to Donald Trump. Cole walked away and he said, yeah, I'm not going to be able to answer that question. How do you not answer? Like, at a basic level, set aside Democrat, Republican, Independent, at a basic level, how could the answer to should she get clemency be anything but no when you're dealing with a child sex trafficker who, in addition to being a child sex trafficker, if there could be anything worse, We've seen the worst stuff in the files that have just been released, and she lied through her teeth when she spoke to Todd Blanche several months ago and said, I don't know anything about anything. They're all over the... So if anything, like, how do your conduct get worse? It's gotten worse. And then the Republicans like, if Donald wants clemency, then maybe we do it. Maybe we give the trafficker clemency.
You look, some of my colleagues need a spinal transplant, and I think that they just lack the spine and backbone to say the right thing, even when it's staring them in the face. Now, given all that said, I do want to give credit where credit's due. I think that Mr. Massey on the other side has really shown some leadership on the Epstein files issue, and I think that there are others as well. But by and large, people are still frightened about being primaried or worse by Donald Trump. Something tells me as these filing deadlines start to slide by in different states, all of a sudden, I think some of these people will muster more courage. But right now, I'm very disappointed, to say the least, that they can't even say that Ghislaine Maxwell should not get a pardon or clemency. That is completely unacceptable.
You know, also, one of the big stories today is that MAGA Mike Johnson wants to push through a rule that basically says Article 1 doesn't exist, that Congress, which has the power of tariffs, not the executive, that Congress should basically pass a rule and push forward a process where Congress can't opine at all on Article 1 stuff, taxation, tariffs, and that should all be ceded to Article 2, which, what the hell is the point of a constitution? Right. And not only that, but MAGA Mike is trying to fly in members of Congress as we speak in order to pass this rule to say we should not be able to pass any law. So we can't even get to the point where we have debate. That's what the rules are. We can't even get to the debate on Congress blocking the president's unlawful tariffs. And that's what that's what they're focused on today. Like, while the American people are going through all of this stuff, this is MAGA Mike's big initiative.
This is their initiative today. And two points. One, you know, of course, our president says that he is doing an A++ job on the economy, and everyone I talk to says he's doing an F- job on the economy. And I think the reason they say that is because prices are going through the roof for everything. And one of the reasons is he's imposed blanket tariffs on everything from everywhere. And when you do that, you hike prices on everything for everyone. And so, understandably, there are Republicans on the other side who want to join with Democrats to curb his tariff chaos, to put an end to it. And in this particular case, I believe that we are going to take up tariffs on Canada. And so they want to put forward a rule that basically says we can't ever introduce similar legislation that would curb the president's tariff power, when, of course, it's our power to begin with. It's a taxation power. That's what tariffs are. They are taxes on regular people in America and businesses in America. And so I still think they're going to have a hard time passing this thing, but you know, we Democrats have to stay united and against it.
You know, definitely, people are focused right now. We'll end with this. Like, to the extent the American people were not paying attention, then trying to avoid paying attention, I think we've gotten to the place now of hyper attention, of like WTF, whether it's ICE, whether it's Epstein, whether it's jobs losses. I mean, like, you just had Peter Navarro saying we should now just be expecting 35,000 to 50,000 jobs is going to be great because of all the immigrants. I'm not even like, oh my God, what are you even saying? What are you even talking about? And I just think that people are saying, what the hell is happening here? Is AI going to be replacing us? It seems that's part of the people. It just, there seems to be hyper attention to this moment right now. So before we go, what do you want to say to our 6 million subscribers?
Oh, well, first of all, what an honor to be with you. And I think you called me part of the OG when your podcast was just getting started, and it's incredible how you've grown. Look, I think that there's hyper attention because people are getting hurt in a way that we haven't seen before. Whether it's 17 million people about to lose their health insurance because the quote unquote big beautiful bill, I'll call it the large lousy law, along with Republicans' refusal to extend ACA tax credits is going to take health insurance away from them, or it's tariffs, which are causing chaos for small businesses and working families, raising prices for everyone, or federal funding freezes on childcare, healthcare, education programs, just randomly across the country, even infrastructure and transit programs, just because Donald Trump is going after his political enemies. That hurts normal working people, and now they're paying attention because it's hurting them and it's hurting their families and businesses. And so now it's time to do something about it. I'm glad that people are taking note, but now it's time to take action too.
Congressman Krishnamurthy, thanks for joining us as always.
Thank you, sir.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. And a reminder, Congressman Krishnamurthy is also running for that Senate seat in Illinois. So we're following that as well. Thanks everybody for watching. Hit subscribe. We appreciate it.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Pelkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Shit.
The system sucks, this job sucks. Sometimes I wish you would just hold me in contempt, Your Honor, so I could get a full 24 hours of sleep. Now, you could pay me $1 billion, and I still would never say that to a judge. But when a federal judge asked why ICE was ignoring court orders, government lawyer Julie Lee snapped. And that exchange went viral. And fellow lawyers immediately split into two camps. Julie Lee is a hero, or Julie Lee is a villain. And the answer is probably both. But this moment happened inside a federal courtroom after ICE illegally detained 5 people who were lawfully in the United States. And after you scratch the surface, there's a lot more going on here than a lawyer meltdown. One lawyer's breakdown inadvertently shined a light on a government that breaks the law with impunity, ignores court orders, and breaks the soul of even the people trying to do their best. Now, we've all seen it. ICE agents box in someone's car, draw their weapons, drag the person out of the vehicle, and then haul them away in handcuffs. Then they're immediately flown to a detention camp near El Paso, Texas, to make sure they don't have an opportunity to object. But what happens next? Well, attorneys file emergency habeas petitions in federal court showing proof that the person is here legally. DHS is required to respond, and if the judge orders release, the government must comply immediately. That's where Julie Lee enters the story. Miss Lee was a lawyer for the Department of Homeland Security who volunteered to temporarily work as a special assistant U.S. attorney for the Department of Justice, handling immigration cases during Operation Metro Surge, often representing ICE. Now, Judge Jerry Blackwell called Miss Lee into court to answer for DHS's failure to comply with court orders requiring the immediate release of 5 people who were illegally confined. All 5 of them spent extra days and nights in prison after the court ordered them free. But Judge Blackwell didn't mince words. Quote, "A court order is not advisory and it's not conditional. It's not something that any agency can treat as optional while it decides how or whether to comply." He emphasized that the government's obligation to follow court orders matters most when, quote, liberty is at stake. Detention without lawful authority isn't a technical mistake. Quote, "It is a constitutional injury that unfairly falls on the heads of those who have done nothing wrong to justify it. The individuals affected are people. The overwhelming majority of the hundreds seen by this court have been found to be lawfully present as of now in the country." And critically, he noted that the overwhelming majority of detainees appearing before his court had been found to be lawfully present in the United States. And I think that point hasn't gotten nearly enough attention. ICE isn't just occasionally sweeping up someone who's here legally, which would already be bad enough. In reality, these cases involved thousands of people who never should have been stopped in the first place. And the worst part? Even after a federal judge ordered their release, the government still held them. So the purpose of this hearing was simple. The government's lawyers, Julie Lee and Anna Voss, had to explain themselves. So hours before the hearing, the lawyers filed a notice saying that the attorneys were under extraordinary strain. But Blackwell did not want to hear it. Now, side note, we're talking about the transcript of the hearing, and although a court reporter is always present, they don't always release the transcript unless someone orders that transcript and pays for it. And we have this because lawyer Daniel Souter immediately paid for the transcript. He also skeeted out the original money quote because he was covering the trial in person. And in January, Dan trained hundreds of Minnesota lawyers on how to support resistance to ICE in Minnesota, including preparing them to file habeas petitions like the ones that were the subject of this hearing. He's a big reason why so many people have been able to challenge their deportations before it's too late. So thanks to Dan for shedding light on this. But back to what Blackwell said, quote, "If the government undertakes an enforcement operation of this scale one that results in the detention of large numbers of people, including individuals who are lawfully present in the United States, then the government assumes a corresponding obligation to ensure that each detention complies with the Constitution and with the court orders governing release. Volume, that is the volume of cases and matters, is not a justification for diluting constitutional rights, and it never can be. And then he delivered the line that cut to the heart of it. What you cannot do is detain first and then sort out lawful authority later. Now, this might as well have been a shot at Justice Brett Kavanaugh's widely reviled concurrence that allowed ICE to stop people based on personal characteristics. Kavanaugh hypothesized that these stops would be some kind of constitutional catch and release, where the immigrants would provide their papers and would be over in a few minutes. Now, as a concept, catch and release is a terrible idea. The idea that you can stop someone without probable cause or reasonable suspicion to even ask for their ID is, antithetical to democracy. But in practice, it's even worse, because DHS turned Kavanaugh stops into what are effectively catch and holds. The 5 people detained by the government in these cases all had proof that they were in the country legally, and all 5 of them wound up in a Texas prison camp. And when Blackwell ordered them released, the government simply didn't comply. So detain first, sorted out later is exactly what ICE had been doing in Minnesota. And ICE's lawyers had been virtually unresponsive to the court. Judge Blackwell had to issue follow-up orders, sometimes 7 or 8 times, just to get basic information about releases that should have already happened. And it left him mystified, quote, "And why that is so difficult, I cannot understand. Because there's obviously a person associated with the government who is going to the detainee to release him or her. You have their name. You can carry with you a form. The name is on it. Just write the time on it and send it to the DOJ. That cannot be a reason, a source for this problem of noncompliance, because that's too easy to fix. And I don't even work for the executive branch." And the government lawyers could have more time to focus on their jobs and, get people out of prison who were illegally detained if they didn't have to cook for themselves, which they can do with today's sponsor, Factor. Because Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. And the meals are completely ready to eat in just 2 minutes. You can eliminate the hours it would take to shop, meal prep, and cook, so you can spend your day doing the things that you actually want to do. Plus, you'll never get bored with what you're eating. Enjoy 100+ rotating weekly options from meals and salads to breakfast, shakes, and more, all crafted to great taste and nutrition. And compared with the offerings from last year, there's now double the seafood and double the protein options to choose from. Plus, there's now 20 ready-to-eat salads and grain bowls inspired by Sakura that are worth checking out. Because Factor meals arrive at your door pre-prepared and ready to eat in just 2 minutes. In the same time that I could even think about going to the grocery store, my Factor meal is already done. Because sometimes I just want a good, healthy meal without having to cook. And it's the perfect workday dinner. And it's surprisingly affordable, way less expensive than takeout or those pricey delivery apps. Plus, it tastes way better. And you can rarely get enough protein with the delivery apps anyway. But with Factor, most of the meals deliver 30 grams or more of complete protein to support muscle repair and recovery, which has been perfect for me personally meeting my nutrition goals of over 100 grams of protein a day as I get back into golf and tennis. And plus, I've been really into fish lately, and I love their surf and surf option, shrimp and salmon.
How much did he
It's always a
say
bright spot in my day.
protein-wise?
And Factor is flexible. You can pause or reschedule your deliveries at any time. And now that Factor is owned by HelloFresh, there's a much wider array of meals to choose from. There really is something for everyone, and that's good because I'm already getting hungry. So Legal Eaglets can enjoy both brands at a discount. So click on the link below or the QR code on screen and use the code LegalEagleFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box, plus a free breakfast for 1 year. Again, that's code LegalEagleFB50 at checkout to get 50% off, plus a free breakfast for 1 year. So click on those codes or I'll see you in court. When Miss Lee finally spoke, she asked the judge for understanding. Quote, "I was put on the special mission to help with the U.S. Attorney's Office with all the habeas claims that they have received. They are overwhelmed and they need help. So I have to say, stupidly enough to volunteer, I started with the agency on January the 5th. Now, it's easy to feel sympathy for Miss Lee. She was new, untrained, and immediately signed to at least 88 cases. Lee graduated law school in 2019 and spent several years in private practice handling workers' compensation claims. According to her LinkedIn, she remained in private practice through at least September 2024, and sometime after Trump won re-election in November, she joined the Department of Homeland Security. Then in January 2026, she volunteered to help work immigration enforcement in Minneapolis during Operation Metro Surge. And if you take a job with ICE after Trump was re-elected, then you don't get to claim total naivete about what you're signing up for. Though in fairness, I don't think anyone expected the full scope of the monstrosity of what is going on right now. Though, as I think you'll see from the transcript, it's clear that she is trying to get the government to comply with the court orders, and maybe in her mind she is trying to get the people released who the judge has ordered to be released. And it's extremely clear that she's not the one responsible for the non-compliance and the policies at issue here. But Judge Blackwell grilled Lee about 3 cases. The first case involved a man named Segundo. Lee was assigned his case on January 26th. The court ordered DHS to release him by January 27th. So on the 26th, DHS moved Segundo 3 times, from Texas to a Minnesota detention center, then to a local jail. Now, it should have been easy to release him the next day, but 4 days passed and he was still locked up. Judge Blackwell issued multiple orders, but Lee didn't respond. Eventually, the court learned, not from Lee, but from filings in another case, that DHS had quietly released Segundo on February 2nd at 10 p.m. And Lee blamed her inbox, quote, "I'm not defending all the mishap on the case, but what I can tell you too is, Judge, what most of the email was sent to my DOJ email, and I did not receive it until it was too late. And I still am having trouble accessing my DOJ email. So everything, if it was in my ICE email, then yes, I receive and I will respond. If it's sent to a DOJ one, I don't have a way to access the system." Now believe me, no judge wants to hear about your problems with email. And Judge Blackwell was not amused. He said, quote, "So you're telling the court that you were brought in brand new, a shiny brand new penny into this role, and you received no proper orientation or training on what you were supposed to do?" And Lee said, "I have to say yes to that question, Your Honor." But inexperience isn't a defense here. Lee didn't need to research constitutional law to get this done. Her job was simple: make sure a man who had been ordered released actually walked out the door and tell the court when it happened. And then the judge turned to the second case, which involved a man named Oscar. On January 15th, Blackwell ordered his release within 48 hours, and there was no update provided. 9 days later, Oscar was still in custody. As the court put it, apparently he was being flown from El Paso to Albuquerque, while DHS claimed they would release him on January 27th. Finally, on January 27th, Lee told the court that Oscar was being flown back to Minnesota, but she needed an extension of time because of mysterious safety concerns. What safety concerns? Well, Lee didn't answer despite multiple requests by the court. Now, during the hearing, she finally came up with an answer. Because of the mass protests in Minneapolis, someone from ICE said a protester might show up at the airport and put her in danger and all the agents in danger, and she, quote, "took that to heart." Now, that is not acceptable. The government had no authority to keep Oscar locked up, and ICE didn't release him until January 28th, 13 days later. Now, while this may look like a bureaucratic snafu, to some, for Oscar, it was hell. His attorney, Kira Kelly, told the court that during this time, quote, "he was without food, he was without clean clothes, he was subject to physical danger, watching people screaming in pain with medical neglect, being exposed to COVID, and all this was happening while he had a court order for his release. And while all of this is happening, ICE agents are telling him to self-deport because he's got no chance to get out of there other than self-deport. And meanwhile, he's sleeping on the floor, if he gets to sleep at all, and he's being lied to, denied access to phone calls to call his loved ones or his attorneys. Now, not to belabor the point, but this is someone who should not have been stopped, let alone imprisoned for 1 day, let alone for 13 days. Now, Blackwell also revealed that DHS was imposing release conditions on people who were supposed to be freed unconditionally. When asked why, Lee said she couldn't control her clients, that it was like pulling teeth to get them to do anything, but she had an explanation for their intransigence. Quote, "For a long time, the ICE agency has worked under the immigration court, and they have their own policy and procedures. To get my back home colleagues up to date that federal court is not the same as how immigration court operates, it took a long time and many orders to show cause to explain and let them know that, come on guys, if you don't fix it, I'm going to quit and you're going to be dragging yourself into court. I have to say that too in front of that in order to get it fixed." And to hear her tell the story, she did offer to resign, but her higher-ups begged her to stay on because they couldn't find anyone else to replace her. But these admissions are staggering. Lee admitted that ICE doesn't think it has to follow federal court orders because they're used to their home court advantage, playing in courts where immigration judges are referees. And I'll remind you that's entirely within the executive branch. Immigration judges are not actual Article III judges. And that is extremely telling. It's not that ICE didn't understand federal courts. She was saying they didn't respect them. Lee tried to resign, but they couldn't find a replacement. And so she was still on the job as, quote, a bridge and a liaison between ICE and the jail. And then Lee said something truly shocking. She said, quote, "Sometimes I wish you would just hold me in contempt, Your Honor, so that I can get a full 24 hours of sleep. And yes, procedure in place right now sucks. I'm trying to fix it. What do you want me to do? The system sucks, this job sucks, and I'm trying every breath that I have so that I can get you what you need." She said she sent emails with big, bold font to her boss, Anna Voss, as well as others. She CC'd supervisors. She threatened ICE officials with contempt. But in the end, she had no real leverage. And obviously, Lee felt like she was in a no-win situation, because she was in a no-win situation. And in some ways, we, the public, greatly benefit because we get a window into why DHS and ICE are simply not complying with court orders and what they think of the judicial system and the rule of law. But that only makes it more complicated. Well, telling the judge that the system ICE has in place sucks may have won her some fans on the internet. It probably wasn't the right thing for a lawyer who represents the government to do. Like it or not, she had obligations to her client, the government here, and she has a duty to answer the court's questions truthfully, but without throwing her client under the bus. And of course, she also had the option to quit before answering those questions.
You're not nice.
and she probably should have formally moved to withdraw. Under the rules of professional conduct, lawyers must withdraw from representation when continuing would violate the ethical standards that lawyers must follow. And if continuing representation would mean that you are assisting in fraud or crime, or that your client persists in illegal actions, you generally have to withdraw. And you can't keep a represented client if your work would materially help them break the law. And of course, lawyers are bound by confidentiality. So normally you can't stand up in open court and announce my client is committing crimes, that's the reason that I have to withdraw. And of course, this is even more complicated when you're a government lawyer, because you can't fire the client, you just have to walk away. And I'm sure Ms. Lee obviously felt great pressure not to walk away, to try to get these things done. So she got stuck in this impossible middle position. And then Ms. Lee said something else that's worth sitting with. She said to Judge Jerry Blackwell, who is not only black, but is one of the prosecutors who prosecuted Derek Chauvin in the killing of George Floyd, she said, quote, "I am not white, and my family's at risk as any other people that might get picked up too, so I share that same concern, and I took that concern to heart. But again, fixing a system, a broken system, I would love to undo all this stuff because no one wants to be in jail. And actually, honestly, being in jail a day to catch up with sleep is not bad right now with all the hours that I put into this job." I mean, it's clear. Julie Lee is a victim in this situation. She's not a victim in the same way that Oscar or Segundo were victims and had to spend weeks in jail when they should not have, but she's a victim nonetheless. But I think here's the reality for every government lawyer in moments like this. Eventually, you will be asked to violate your oath or your conscience. And no matter how much you debase yourself to make it work, it'll never be enough. And to prove the point, after this hearing, Lee was fired. And DHS's spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, who sucks, railed at Lee for not defending the indefensible. Quote, "This conduct is unprofessional and unbecoming of an ICE attorney in abandoning her obligation to act with commitment, dedication, and zeal to the interests of the United States government. It doesn't matter how much you beclown yourself, they will always want more." And next, Judge Blackwell turned to Anna Voss, the civil chief of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. She's the one in charge. So Blackwell asked the obvious question: who specifically is responsible for carrying out judicial release orders? Voss tried to dodge it and wouldn't name names, so the judge rephrased: where does the buck stop? And Voss said it stopped with her and other DOJ leadership. I mean, yes, that's the correct thing to say, but it wasn't the answer Blackwell was looking for. Quote, "This feels like some opaque shield that I can't really see behind to figure out why the orders aren't being complied with. And the answer cannot be that we called ICE and then a shoulder shrug." And Voss tried to pass the responsibility up the ladder, mentioning Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem. Judge Blackwell shut that down immediately. "Are you telling me these orders go to Pam Bondi?" And of course, they don't go directly to Pamela Jo Bondi. Voss admitted that they go to the St. Paul ICE field office at Fort Snelling, but Blackwell seized on that as evasive. Quote, "The orders don't get served on a building. They're addressed to a person. Who is it?" Voss said everything goes to agency counsel, which prompted Blackwell to ask the next logical question: should he have agency counsel appear at a hearing? And I can answer that one. Yes, Judge. The answer is yes. You need to start hauling in everyone under oath so that they can feel the pain of the policies that they're implementing and their failure to implement the orders that the court is ordering. And when pressed about who adds conditions to court orders for unconditional release, Voss again hesitated. Eventually, she conceded that the field office leadership was responsible, specifically David Easterwood and Aaron Rich. Now, those names might sound familiar if you watched our videos about the church protest that led to Don Lemon's arrest. David Easterwood's name in particular should sound familiar. He's the part-time pastor at City's Church, and he was the person activists were targeting when they protested that church. It seems like Pastor David Easterwood is responsible for imprisoning people who should not have been imprisoned, and then also responsible for not releasing them when the court orders them to be released. Seems like he was a pretty good person to protest. Following this confrontation, Ms. Voss later resigned. Now, the hearing ended without Blackwell getting a straight answer out of why DHS kept ignoring court orders, but obviously this goes beyond incompetence. From this transcript, we can surmise that it's deliberate non-compliance, and everyone in that room knew it. ICE simply does not believe that it is bound by federal courts. And afterward, DOJ basically confirmed it. A spokesperson for AG Bondi blamed rogue judges, saying that if courts respected the government's need to properly prepare cases, there wouldn't be an overwhelming habeas caseload or concern over DHS following orders. In other words, if judges would just stop enforcing constitutional rights, none of this would be a problem. Obviously, this situation is untenable. As Judge Blackwell observed, quote, "If you don't comply with the court's orders, you've essentially painted the court into a corner because what are we supposed to do?" Well, here's the answer. You have to start hauling in the supervisors. You need to use your contempt powers. You need to find them. You need to remove any presumption of regularity by the government. And if necessary, you need to lock these people up. Because if there aren't consequences, they won't stop. Attorney Kira Killey laid all this out for us. Quote, "We shouldn't need a specific court order to ask the DOJ not to put someone's life in danger. But I can't tell you how many clients I've had to go find who were left on the side of the road with no coat, no phone, no wallet, no hat. They're wearing Crocs or whatever they got pulled out of their house or their car while they were wearing, and it's 0 degrees outside. And we shouldn't need a court order saying, don't put someone's life in danger. And there's no indication here that any new systems or bolded emails or any instruction to ICE are going to fix any of this. We need judicial intervention, and it has to be more than just having counsel be the go-between here. Because I think we can see that counsel are being put in position where they're working 20 hours a day and it's not enough. And sanctions to the party are within your inherent authority and are appropriate to bring in this situation this egregious widespread pattern. But federal prosecutors in Minnesota have now formally admitted that the deluge of habeas petitions triggered by the immigration surge has overwhelmed their own offices. U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen told the 8th Circuit that he was forced to, quote, put other pressing and important priorities on hold just to keep up. He said the Civil Division is operating in reactive mode, canceling other work and scrambling to respond to daily hearings on immigration detentions, even as lawyers and paralegals work around the clock. Wow, guys, this would be so much easier without laws and judges and constitutions. I guess Miss Lee really did say it best. The system sucks. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real skills. If we can't represent you or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. Being overwhelmed with the Trump administration's flood the zone legal strategy of just do all the illegal and unconstitutional stuff all at once. And while things are falling through the cracks, lawyers are having a surprising amount of success.
Yeah, okay, but we've got something else to tie this over in the meantime.
Ghislaine Maxwell is asking, once again, to be saved. Not exonerated, not vindicated, saved by silence, leverage, and the oldest currency in American politics, proximity to powerful men. Her latest move is as brazen as it is familiar. After refusing to answer a single question in a congressional deposition invoking the Fifth Amendment across the board, Maxwell's lawyers made the quid pro quo explicit. She will talk, they say, if Donald Trump grants her clemency. It is blackmail, dressed up as cooperation, and it's working far better than it should.
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Maxwell is a convicted sex trafficker serving a 20-year sentence for grooming and delivering teenage girls to Jeffrey Epstein. She is not an accessory in the abstract, nor a peripheral enabler. She was Epstein's chief lieutenant, his recruiter, his organizer, his fixer, and according to victims, his co-conspirator in abuse that spanned decades. Yet the media, Congress, and much of the political class continue to treat her less like a principal offender and more like a tantalizing vault of secrets, someone whose crimes are almost secondary to what she knows. That framing is not accidental. It is deeply gendered. Maxwell's refusal to testify before the House Oversight Committee marked a sharp departure from her recent behavior. Just months earlier, she spoke at length with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's former personal defense attorney, answering questions without invoking her right to silence. In parallel court filings, she claimed that dozens of Epstein's associates had been shielded by the Justice Department through secret settlements. But in Congress, she said nothing.
Ms. Maxwell, did you and Jeffrey Epstein attempt to surround yourselves with influential individuals to curry favor and shield yourselves from potential scrutiny?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Her attorney quickly explained why. Maxwell is angling for a presidential pardon. If lawmakers and the public want the unfiltered truth, he argued, Trump must grant clemency first. The implication is grotesque. A woman convicted of trafficking children now positions herself as the sole arbiter of truth in the Epstein
Stream Elements
scandal.
says, find me in
withholding
other
that
places
truth
Discord,
unless she
Twitter,
is free.
YouTube, Steam,
Even more
Xbox,
grotesque
and
is the
PlayStation Old
casual
Mage Guy on
assertion
TikTok as
slipped into the
Mage.
same argument that she alone can clear both Donald Trump and Bill Clinton of wrongdoing. Innocence is offered as a product, available on request, payable in executive mercy. This is not cooperation. It is hostage-taking.
Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Maxwell's leverage is not hypothetical. Shortly after her interview with Todd Blanche, she was transferred from a high-security women's federal prison in Florida to a minimum-security prison camp in Texas, a facility typically reserved for non-violent offenders. Because of her sex offender status, the transfer required a waiver from the Department of Justice. Someone made that call. The optics are terrible. A notorious sex trafficker receives a dramatically more comfortable incarceration arrangement while simultaneously signaling her willingness to assist a president entangled, politically, if not criminally, in the Epstein fallout. That this is even defensible inside the system speaks to how pliable accountability becomes when power is involved. American media coverage of Maxwell remains oddly distorted. She is routinely described as Epstein's girlfriend or associate or a socialite, even as male accomplices in lesser crimes are labeled predators without hesitation.
During your personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, were you aware that Mr. Epstein was sexually abusing minors and adult women?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions.
Shit.
My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
The narrative gravity continues to orbit Epstein as though Maxwell were merely caught in his pull rather than actively shaping it. This is not feminism gone wrong, it is misogyny disguised as leniency. Female sex offenders occupy an uncomfortable space in public imagination. Women are culturally coded as passive, emotional, derivative, followers rather than leaders in moral catastrophe. When women commit sexual crimes, especially against children, media institutions struggle to process them as autonomous moral agents. The result is a strange half-recognition. Maxwell is condemned, but never fully centered as the architect of harm that she was. Her own biography makes this discomfort worse, not better. Maxwell was born into obscene privilege, raised in the shadow of a domineering media baron, and socialized to orbit powerful men. She did not lack opportunity, education, or escape routes. She lacked restraint. Her devotion to Epstein, documented, humiliating, and obsessive, was not romantic tragedy. It was the mechanism by which abuse was industrialized. Victims describe her inspecting their bodies, instructing them in Epstein's preferences, and delivering them to him with managerial efficiency. Some recall being trafficked to Epstein's friends. These are not the actions of a passive bystander. These are the actions of a woman who chose utility to power over morality. The idea that Maxwell is indispensable, that only she can unlock the truth, has infected coverage of the Epstein case for years. It's a false and dangerous one, though. First, Maxwell has already been tried and convicted based on overwhelming evidence and victim testimony. Second, the notion that justice may be bargained for through pardons undermines the entire purpose of accountability. And third, positioning Maxwell as a gatekeeper implicitly devalues the voices of the women and girls she abused, suggesting that truth only becomes real when validated by the abuser. Yet this myth persists because it is convenient. It keeps the focus on spectacle rather than systems. It allows powerful men to claim exoneration by proximity rather than scrutiny. And it creates the conditions under which a presidential pardon becomes not just imaginable, but politically pragmatic. Trump's presidential pardons are not awarded for moral clarity. They are transactional. Maxwell understands this. She also understands that silence, strategically deployed, can be more valuable than testimony. Trump has already shown a willingness to weaponize clemency for loyalty, narrative control, and grievance management. Maxwell offers all three. She can claim to absolve him. She can muddy the waters around Epstein's network. And she can reinforce the story that the real villains are faceless institutions, not individuals who wield power without consequence. If she is pardoned, and it's likely that she will be, it will not be because the media suddenly believe she is innocent. It will be because the media never fully accepted that she was guilty in the first place. Ghislaine Maxwell does not confound American media because her crimes are complex. They're straightforward. She exploited children to please a man and secure her own status. What confounds the media is that she did so without fitting the familiar archetypes of female victimhood or male predation. That failure of imagination matters. It turns accountability into theater and justice into a bargaining chip. It opens the door to a future in which a woman who helped run one of the most prolific child sex trafficking operations in US history walks free. Not because the evidence was weak, but because power decided it was inconvenient. Ghislaine Maxwell's silence is not mysterious, it is calculated. The real question is whether American institutions, media included, will continue to indulge the fantasy that she is something other than what she is, a convicted sex trafficker seeking escape, and betting that this country still cannot look a woman like her fully in the eye and say no.
Have you ever facilitated the sexual abuse of any minor or adult woman by Mr. Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5 Minute News YouTube channel and podcast, on Wednesdays co-hosting Uncovered, and on Sunday on The Weekend Show with Midas Touch.
I'll take some caps. I'm not going to argue about that. Alright.
Courts are being overwhelmed with the Trump administration's flood the zone legal strategy of just do all the illegal and unconstitutional stuff all at once. And while things are falling through the cracks, lawyers are having a surprising amount of success in getting the Trump administration enjoined from conducting its utterly lawless actions. As White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt mentioned, the Trump administration is being enjoined at historic rates. Caroline, that's not the flex that you think it is. That's what we call in the legal profession a self-own. But that might be why Trump is starting to go after the lawyers themselves. Once again, he is attacking professionals for their constitutionally protected activity. And this is very bad, but at least one law firm is fighting back. Chaos lawyer Liz Dye has more.
Thanks, Devin. On March 6, President Trump signed an executive order addressing risks from Perkins Coie LLP. He said the dishonest and dangerous activity of the law firm Perkins Coie has affected this country for decades. Then he laid out a raft of sanctions on the law firm. The order was immediately enjoined by a federal judge who said it sent chills up her spine. But within hours
He still
of the
thinks
judge's
it's the
ruling,
icebreaker.
Trump signed a second, virtually identical order attacking another law firm. The executive orders not only bar the government from engaging with those law firms, whatever that means, they purport to bar anyone who does business with the federal government from engaging with the firm. And since more or less every large corporation in America does business with the government, the orders are functionally a death penalty to firms. And that's clearly the point. President Trump wants to use the power of his office to crush his enemies and make an example of them to ensure that no one will dare to cross him again, which is very much not what the presidency is for. But okay, let's rewind the tape a second. Who
One
or
copper
what is
junk.
Perkins Coie? The law firm Perkins Coie was founded in Seattle in 1912 by a retiring federal judge and a former U.S. attorney. It's now the largest firm in the Pacific Northwest with 21 offices and about 2,500 employees. Perkins Coie has a robust corporate practice and a strong association with the tech industry. Its lawyers have represented Google, Meta, Twitter, Amazon, Microsoft, and Intel, all of which do business with the federal government. But that's not what upset the president. The executive order decries the firm's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, falsely claiming that Perkins Coie implemented percentage quotas in 2019 for hiring and promotion on the basis of race and other categories prohibited by civil rights laws. That did not happen. Saying your firm aspires to increase the diversity of our workforce and advance the values of diversity and inclusion in the legal profession is not a quota system, nor is it illegal. So when Trump says Perkins Coie's disrespect for the bedrock principles of equality represents good cause to conclude that they neither have access to our nation's secrets nor be deemed responsible stewards of any federal funds, that's
'cause
classic
it's always
viewpoint discrimination in violation of the First Amendment. Perkins Coie has also been involved in many lawsuits to vindicate voting rights, or as Trump put it, the firm worked with activist donors, including George Soros, to judicially overturn popular, necessary, and democratically enacted election laws, including those requiring voter identification. That phrase, judicially overturn, is kind of a tell, because in fact courts did side with Perkins Coie in multiple cases to protect ballot access in the lead up to the 2020 election and to stop Trump from stealing Biden's electoral votes in the aftermath. So the fact that Perkins Coie's clients won those cases is pretty good evidence that there was nothing inappropriate about them. But that didn't stop the White House from releasing an official fact sheet accusing the firm of the unforgivable sin of filing lawsuits against the Trump administration, including one designed to reduce military readiness. That's a reference to an ongoing challenge to Trump's order kicking all trans service members out of the military. Again, the Trump administration is losing on those issues in court, and even if they weren't, sanctioning lawyers because you don't like their clients is pretty fundamentally un-American. But brass tacks, what Trump is really mad about is that the firm represented Hillary Clinton and the Democratic National Committee, or DNC, during the 2016 election. In 2016, Perkins Coie had a large political practice group led by attorney Mark Elias, who represented Clinton and the DNC. Elias played a role in assembling the infamous Steele dossier, or as Trump put it in his executive order, while representing failed presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, Perkins Coie hired Fusion GPS, which then manufactured a false dossier designed to steal an election. The truth is a little bit more complicated than that. The conservative Washington Free Beacon originally paid the British company Fusion GPS to do Oppo research on Trump. But when Trump secured the presidential nomination, the Beacon tapped out and Fusion GPS approached the DNC about taking over the project. Elias agreed, and Fusion GPS hired the former MI6 agent Chris Steele to dig up dirt for what eventually became known as the Steele dossier. Steele's report said some things that were definitely true. The Russian government really did support Trump over Clinton. Vladimir Putin's cronies really were flooding America's social media platforms with divisive anti-Hillary memes and releasing hacked emails using WikiLeaks as a sock puppet. Trump really had negotiated for Trump Tower Moscow well into 2016, at a time when he insisted he had nothing to do with Russia. But some of Steele's other reports, such as the claim that Trump was being blackmailed by Russians, turned out to be false. Plus, there was all that stuff about the P-tape. The dossier was indeed one source
I don't know.
cited to support some FBI.
I don't know about that. It just wasn't the way we saw it. Sure, it wasn't the Russians. It was Epstein, who very well could have been working for the Russians, as we've Seen it a few times. Just saying.
FBI warrants in the Russia investigation. But the FBI investigation of the Trump campaign's ties to Russia was open because one of Trump's aides, George Papadopoulos, got drunk and blabbed to an Australian diplomat that Russia was going to start releasing hacked information to hurt Hillary Clinton, which they did. Fusion GPS and Steele eventually became so alarmed at what they discovered digging into Trump that they sent their dossier to various law enforcement and media outlets. Eventually, the website BuzzFeed published it in January of 2017. Meanwhile, another attorney from Perkins Coie's political practice group, Michael Sussman, tried to get the FBI to investigate a story about a server in the basement of Trump Tower, Manhattan, which was in communication with a Russian bank. That came to nothing, and of course, Trump got elected in 2016, but he's been mad about it ever since. During his first term, Trump's Attorney General Bill Barr appointed Special Counsel John Durham to investigate the origins of the Trump-Russia investigation. Durham tried very hard to make what happened into a crime, not just a bunch of civil servants doing their jobs in the middle of a political maelstrom. He hoped to prove a conspiracy between the DNC, Perkins Coie, and the FBI to gin up the Russia investigation, but there was never any there. After a trial that was frankly embarrassing for the Justice Department, a jury swiftly acquitted Sussman, and when Durham indicted Steele's source Igor Danchenko, a jury tossed those charges too. At the end of the day, all Durham had to show for 4 years of effort was a pissy report that said a lot of mean things about the DNC and suggested that the FBI should have been more skeptical before it opened an investigation. The end. I'm kidding, it wasn't the end. First, Trump sued Elias, Sussman, Clinton, the DNC, Perkins Coie, and a whole bunch of other people in federal court in Florida. Those other people included former FBI Director James Comey, along with Trump's own Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. Trump's theory was that they had all participated in a RICO against him and should pay him millions of dollars. Relevantly, this was in a period after Trump had tried to overturn the 2020 election, and most major law firms refused to represent him. The lawyers in the Clinton RICO case were Alina Habba, the family law attorney from New Jersey who befriended him at his Bedminster Country Club, and Peter Tickton, a personal injury lawyer from Florida who roomed with Trump 6 decades ago at boarding school and got Trump named Ladies' Man in their high school yearbook. Neither Habba nor Tickton had any experience with election law or civil RICO, and U.S. District Judge Donald Middlebrooks dismissed the case and sanctioned the lawyers for filing such a ridiculous piece of crap. He said this case should never have been brought. Its inadequacy as a legal claim was evident from the start. No reasonable lawyer would have filed it. Plus, he fined the lawyers and Trump $1 million to pay the legal fees for all those defendants who got dragged down to Florida to deal with that troll suit. Keep that one in mind when Trump justifies his order by pointing to one time when Perkins Coie got an $8,500 sanction for filing a duplicative motion in the Fifth Circuit. Trump is still fighting the Florida sanctions in the 11th Circuit, but in the meantime, he's taking a different kind of revenge on Perkins Coie now that he's back in the White House. The March 6 order directs the Attorney General, the Director of National Intelligence, and all other relevant heads of executive departments and agencies to suspend any active security clearances held by individuals of Perkins Coie, pending a review of whether such clearances are consistent with the national interest. This is actually not the first time Trump has revoked security clearances for lawyers he doesn't like. On February 25th, he ordered the Attorney General to suspend any active security clearances held by Peter Koski and all members, partners, and employees of Covington and Burling, who assisted former Special Counsel Jack Smith during his time as Special Counsel, pending a review and determination of their roles and responsibilities, if any, in the weaponization of the judicial process.
Don't forget,
appears to have been provoked by a February 14th Politico article surfacing a financial disclosure from Smith, who filed charges against Trump for stealing documents and attempting to overturn his election loss in 2020. In the disclosure, Smith reported that he'd received pro bono legal advice from lawyers at Covington, one of the most respected law firms in the country. And so, in revenge, Trump yanked security clearances from any lawyer who dared to advise his hated rival. He also ordered the government to cancel all contracts with Covington, of which there don't appear to be any. The New York Times reports that Covington hopes to keep its head down and avoid more trouble. Quote, instead, the firm, concerned about a perception among its clients that it was falling out of favor with Mr. Trump, has begun discussions with other prominent law firms with fewer ties to Mr. Trump's perceived enemies about becoming the face of some of their most important cases before the Justice Department. Trump has also taken swipes at other lawyers, including Mark Zaid, who had a security clearance for decades and made a career representing federal whistleblowers. His clients include the whistleblower who told Congress about the call where Trump pressured Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to do us a favor, though, leading to the first impeachment. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard announced the revocation of Zaid's clearance in a tweet, along with those of former Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, all people Trump feels crossed him personally. So can the president do that, even though it's pretty clearly an act of petty revenge? Well, yeah, it's within the president's power to revoke security clearances at any time for any reason. Zaid himself acknowledged that in an interview with the website Mother Jones, that there's basically no recourse if the president makes the arbitrary decision to revoke security clearances. He said, suppose on his first day of office, the president says, here's a list of 150 individuals who I believe worked against me, and therefore they are a threat to the national security of the United States. Their clearances are hereby revoked. That is the end of the road. There's no ability to legally challenge that in a viable way. But the president did not stop at security clearances. In the Perkins-Coie order, he said to prevent the transfer of taxpayer dollars to federal contractors whose earnings subsidize, among other things, racial discrimination, falsified documents designed to weaponize the government against candidates for office, and anti-democratic election changes that invite fraud and distrust, government contracting agencies shall, to the extent permissible by law, require government contractors to disclose any business they do with Perkins-Coie and whether that business is related to the subject of the government contract. He gave federal agencies 30 days to ferret out which government contracts were going to clients of Perkins-Coie and cancel them if possible. And he went even further, ordering the heads of all agencies to provide guidance limiting official access from federal government buildings to employees of Perkins-Coie when such access would threaten the national security of or otherwise be inconsistent with the interests of the United States, and limiting government employees acting in their official capacity from engaging with Perkins-Coie employees to ensure consistency with the national security and other interests of the United States. Finally, he said that the federal government should refrain from hiring employees of Perkins-Coie absent a waiver from the head of the agency, only doing so if both the cabinet secretary and the director of the Office of Personnel Management sign off on it. So what does that all mean? Is Trump saying that a bookkeeper in the firm's tax department can't enter the Social Security Administration? That lawyers from Perkins-Coie can't walk into a federal courthouse or talk to prosecutors at the Department of Justice? That if an administrative assistant at Perkins-Coie wants to get a secretarial job at the EPA, Administrator Lee Zeldin and the head of the OPM both have to sign off on it? Under this order, all 2,500 employees of Perkins-Coie could be banned from entering the post office. I mean, I don't want to get too technical here, but that's fucking nuts. On March 11th, Perkins-Coie sued the administration in federal court in D.C. It took a minute to file the complaint because multiple law firms refused to have anything to do with it. The New York Times reports that other major law firms expressed concerns that if they represented Perkins-Coie, they too could face Mr. Trump's ire. Leaders of top firms asked how would their own clients react if Mr. Trump cut off their access to the government. In particular, Quinn Emanuel, the mega firm which represents Elon Musk, refused to take the case. Eventually, Williams & Connolly, a litigation firm with a strong history of taking on the Justice Department, stepped up to the plate. And before we talk about the complaint, let's skip to the signature line. I count 14 names there, and at least 5 others have entered their appearance since then. That's a show of force and, frankly, a little bit of shade at all the law firms that were too scared to get involved in this case. These guys came out swinging. On the first page of the complaint, they called Trump's executive order an affront to the Constitution and our adversarial system of justice, whose plain purpose is to bully those who advocate points of view that the president perceives as adverse to the views of his administration. They point out that Trump promised on the campaign trail to imprison his enemies for long-term prison sentences and made sure to specify that this legal exposure extends to lawyers. The retaliatory aim of the order is intentionally obvious to the general public and the press because the very goal is to chill future lawyers from representing particular clients. And clearly, it worked since so many firms wanted nothing to do with the Perkins-Coie lawsuit. But just in case anyone failed to get the message that suing the government is going to be bad for your professional health going forward, Trump went on air with Maria Bartiromo to say that he definitely does intend to target a bunch of law firms.
I just saw you sign executive orders for law firms. One of the law firms was Perkins-Coie, yeah, that was the law firm that had the Steele dossier.
Yeah, they had the Steele dossier, they had a lot of other things, and we have a lot of law firms that we're going to be going after because they were very dishonest people. They were very, very dishonest. I could go point after point after point, and it was so bad for our country. And we have a lot of law firms that we're going after.
Yikes. Okay, let's talk about the very many ways this executive order is wildly illegal. First, Perkins Coie argues that it violates the separation of powers because taking away their right to do business is a punishment that only a court can impose. Essentially, the president is acting like judge, jury, and executioner. They say it violates due process about 6 different ways. Due process is the steps the government has to take to do stuff to you that you don't like. So if the government wants to come in your house, they have to get a warrant. If they want to throw you in jail, they have to indict you and convince a jury that you did the crime. Here, Trump just declared the punishment, which is functionally taking away Perkins Coie's right to practice law. And there's no process at all or means for the law firm to challenge it other than filing this lawsuit. It also violates due process to have a law or rule that's so nebulous that you can't figure out how not to violate it. That's called being void for vagueness. And since nobody can actually figure out how this bizarro executive order is going to be carried out, it's so vague as to be unconstitutional. Perkins Coie also argues that the order violates their First Amendment rights by penalizing speech that favors diversity, and it violates their clients' First Amendment rights by forcing them to disclose their attorney-client relationships with the firm. It also violates the Fifth and Sixth Amendments because it denies Perkins Coie's clients the right to counsel of their own choosing. But other than that, no problem at all. Very cool, very legal. I think it's really important to point out that this executive order is functionally a death sentence for Perkins Coie. It's a big, expensive law firm, and most of its clients are corporations. All big corporations deal with the government, and all of them are going to be terrified of getting cut off from government work if the Mad King hates their lawyers. In the complaint, Perkins Coie says every single one of the firm's 9 main client-facing practice groups intersects with the federal government, and each includes clients with business before the federal government. The largest practice groups by headcount are commercial litigation, business, and intellectual property, which together account for approximately 75% of the firm's attorneys. If lawyers for the government won't talk to counsel from Perkins Coie, the firm is functionally out of business. And that's not speculative. According to a declaration filed by David Berman, the chair of Perkins Coie's governance task force, the firm represents clients in civil and criminal matters before more than 50 federal agencies. Those clients began dropping the firm as a direct result of the executive order, and they've already lost clients worth millions of dollars in fees who fear that their lawyers won't be allowed to interact with federal agencies or that their cases will receive added scrutiny and worse treatment because the counsel they chose to represent them are out of favor with the regime. And that fear's not ill-founded. Within hours of the order being signed, an official of a federal agency informed a client of Perkins Coie that because of the order, the client's Perkins Coie lawyers should not attend a scheduled meeting with an office of that agency to discuss a pending matter. The client was forced to hire other attorneys, meaning that this order is already depriving Perkins Coie's customers of their Sixth Amendment right to the lawyer of their choosing. The complaint asked the court to declare the executive order unconstitutional as violative of the separation of powers and Article 2 and the First, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments to the Constitution, and permanently enjoin its enforcement. They also moved for a temporary restraining order on several provisions of the Trump edict, although not the part about the security clearances. The motion pointed out that allowing the order to go into effect would make it immensely harder for clients who are unpopular with the current administration to find legal representation. If this order stands, nothing will prevent the next president from meting out punishment to lawyers who represent his or her opponents. The public interest and indeed the very functioning of our legal system demand entry of a TRO.
Yes, even lawyers need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying your information might have been leaked, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen right now for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team.
On March 12th, Judge Beryl Howell held a hearing on Perkins Coie's motion for a temporary restraining order. I listened to that hearing, and it was
after
bizarre.
this one, we've got a new
First of
Popak.
all, Justice Department Chief of Staff Chad Mizell argued the government's case rather than a more junior staffer. Normally, a much less senior employee would handle courtroom arguments, but presumably any lawyer with career ambitions to work in private practice someday is staying far away from a case where the government's position is that the president is entitled to burn down any law firm he likes with the stroke of a pen. Mizell argued that the president has absolute power to make decisions regarding national security, and so all he needs to do is say, I'm doing this crazy thing for national security, and a judge isn't allowed to review it. Judge Howell asked if the next presidential order would be addressing risks from Williams and Connolly, and Mizell said he didn't think so, but he couldn't promise anything. Not reassuring. In fact, Mizell wasn't prepared to say anything at all about how this order would be carried out. Would the DOJ refuse to confer with Perkins Coie lawyers in ongoing cases? How's national security served by barring a receptionist at Perkins Coie from getting a job at the Small Business Administration? Would the 2,500 employees of Perkins Coie be barred from federal parks? Mizell couldn't say. But he said the chaos and confusion did not mean that the law was void for vagueness. It meant that the challenge was unripe. That is, if Perkins Coie didn't know exactly the manner in which the president was going to ruin their business, they shouldn't get relief from the court yet.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Perkins Coie was represented by Dane Butswinkus, the managing partner of Williams & Connolly and a storied D.C. litigator. He called the president's order a wrecking ball and a tsunami waiting to hit the firm that would make lawyers fearful of representing unpopular clients because the government might retaliate by functionally shutting them down. Referring to Mizell's claim that the president can do literally anything he likes if he claims to be doing it based on national security, but Butswinkus said, that's a different constitution than I am familiar with, and if left unchecked, we'll be left in a country we barely recognize. And Judge Howell agreed. In a lengthy ruling from the bench, she decried the chilling effect of this executive order, which threatens to significantly undermine the integrity of our entire legal system. She called Williams and Connolly brave for taking the case and said, I am sure many in the legal profession are watching in horror about what Perkins Coie is going through here. The judge also called out the totally arbitrary exercise of executive power. She said, this may be amusing in Alice in Wonderland, where the Queen of Hearts yells off with their heads at annoying subjects and announces a sentence before a verdict, but this cannot be the reality we are living under. Off with his head! Judge Howell granted the temporary restraining order and scheduled a hearing on the preliminary injunction for the week of April 21. So far, the government has not appealed, but it didn't back down either. Just 2 days after Judge Howell's ruling, Trump was out with a new order addressing risks from Paul Weiss. Paul Weiss, Rifkin, Borton, and Garrison is another 100-odd-year-old law firm with 1,200 lawyers and offices around the globe. Trump is mad that Paul Weiss hired attorney Jeannie Rhee, a former federal prosecutor who participated in the Mueller investigation, and he's mad they hired Mark Pomerantz, another experienced prosecutor who worked on the Manhattan District Attorney's criminal case against him. Plus, he's mad about DEI, although in a general kind of way, he just says Paul Weiss, along with nearly every other large, influential, or industry-leading law firm, makes decisions around targets based on race and sex. As we say in the legal profession, citation needed. Trump wants to deliver the same body blow to Paul Weiss that he did to Perkins Coie. Cancel their security clearances, lock them out of government buildings, and penalize their clients. Off with his head! So, to all those big law firms that refused to speak up when the president came for Perkins Coie, much less defend the firm in court, because you thought keeping your head down would save you.
Right?
Congratulations. You played yourself.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Now, the silence from other big law firms is deafening, and it is yet more bad news for the rule of law. Now, obviously, these firms hope that if they can keep their heads down, they can avoid Trump's ire. And reports are coming in that firms are proactively removing pronouns from email signatures and any mention of diversity initiatives, which is incredibly ironic because big law firms loved DEI because it allowed them to point to proactive steps that they were taking while still maintaining the incredible undiverse equity partnership ranks. But then there's the firm of Paul Weiss. As Liz mentioned, Trump illegally singled Paul Weiss out and basically issued the exact same executive order against Paul Weiss that it had against Perkins Coie, despite already being enjoined by the courts. That alone is cause for worry because Trump is signaling that he's just going to play legal whack-a-mole. Oh, you enjoined that executive order? Well, here's a new one that does exactly the same thing, but this one has a hat on it. But unlike Perkins Coie, who didn't take the executive order lying down, Paul Weiss is definitely going to take theirs lying down.
Segment 4 reports that Brad Karp, the chairman of Paul Weiss, went to Washington to meet with officials in President Donald Trump's orbit. He's reportedly discussing a, quote, particular path back to the administration's good graces, helping the White House respond to alleged instances of anti-Semitism that came out of the wave of campus protests last year. And the shakedown apparently worked because Trump posted that he is rescinding the executive order, and that Paul Weiss is going to provide $40 million in pro bono services to, quote, support the administration's initiatives, agrees not to deny clients based on political affiliation, agrees not to DEI, and apparently agrees to the wrongdoing of Mark Pomerantz. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to work out just fine, because people love hiring a lawyer who will back down, who won't stand up to bullies, and won't fight for you just like they won't fight for themselves. But if you want a lawyer who will fight for you, call the Eagle team. Oh wait, no, we already did that. Actually, this story is not going to end here, and we're going to continue to bring coverage of it, and the many other tectonic shifts in the rule of law happening right now. And that's thanks to today's real sponsor, Nebula, which is the only place that you can watch our brand new exclusive video about RFK Jr.'s plan to weaponize the most powerful medical research agency in the world against vaccines, antidepressants, and HIV medication. It's a Nebula exclusive co-hosted by Liz, and she doesn't pull any punches, unlike Paul Weiss. And in fact, you can watch all of our videos ad-free and early, because our videos always go up on Nebula first. And for a limited time, you can buy a lifetime membership. You can buy once and then never again. It's the greatest deal of all. And if you're new here, Nebula includes tons of exclusive videos from me, original series from your favorite people, movies, plays, classes, and more. I've heard it described as Netflix for people who like trains, and Nebula originals are getting really, really good. I recommend What to Follow for an in-depth coverage of the Trump administration, for visually rich breakdowns of the wars that shape the world, and if you just want to feel a little joy, give a watch to the always hilarious low-stakes debate show, Abolish Everything. It's the hysterical highest-stakes debate show about the lowest-stakes debate topics. I highly recommend it. And you can watch our other exclusive content, like the interview that I did with the screenwriter My Cousin Vinny, and our Not Safe for Work video about lawsuits that are too hot for YouTube. Because what's truly special about Nebula is it's a creator-owned platform built by me and other YouTubers and podcasters, and because it's a subscription service, we get to work on larger, higher-budget productions than we ever could anywhere else. It's becoming the answer to the question, how do you get Hollywood-level production value without Hollywood-level BS? And for those of you that want to share everything Nebula has to offer with your friends and family, Nebula is now offering annual gift cards. So if you sign up using my link that's on screen right now, you can give a year of Nebula to a friend for 40% off the yearly subscription. A year of the best content for just $36. And that's a gift that you can give to yourself, by the way, because you deserve it. Or you can check out the lifetime subscription where for just $300, you get access to Nebula forever. We're investing in more big concept, high-octane Nebula originals, and your lifetime subscription goes towards that investment. In a way, Lifetime is the best possible deal of all. But either way, you'll get my videos early, get access to exclusives, and support the ambitious projects that my friends and I are working on in our own streaming site. So sign up now and get you or a friend 40% off the incredible Lifetime deal by clicking on the link below or get Lifetime. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Ow.
The White House is panicking right now as the release of the Epstein.
Hinson Jackson says, you.
Hey Jackson, how you doing? So, good news is we don't have to be out Friday.
Hinson Jackson says, I'm alright bro, just relaxing, how about yourself?
Doing what I can to stay relaxed and just be chill. That's not a very good spot after all. But I definitely want this general area. I want a spot that I can put my fish trap down.
Hinson Jackson says, so you guys get to stay there?
Until the 23rd. We have to be out on the 23rd, and we're working on making plans to head over to Eastern Oregon.
Hinson Jackson says, well, that's good. Gives you guys some time.
Exactly. And there's no eviction on the record or anything, so we very much have just a good ending to it all. Yeah, we may not be able to stay, but honestly, comparatively, could be a lot worse.
Hinson Jackson says, awesome man, I'm glad for you guys.
So, we don't know exactly where yet, but we do have to get out. Oh, it's because I'm doing this shit the hard way. Cannot place. Item is not visible.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. I've got tons of trees. I'm really only interested in the lake pond.
This way I'm keeping the trees out of it. Ow. You bastard. It moves so slowly. Yeah, it's already got a float to it. Bum, 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 bum.
About it, but so many developments. Fevered pitch now with the
Seriously?
Epstein files. And what an incredible day in Washington and courts around America. We're winning. I mean, I don't want to be giddy about it, but so many developments. Fevered pitch now with the Epstein files. And threats that it could tear down not only Donald Trump, but other parts of his cabinet, like my old boss, Howard Lutnick, and lawyers at major law firms like Paul Weiss. I may now have the explanation as to why Paul Weiss was the first of a dozen law firms to settle with Donald Trump and give him $40 million worth of free legal services. Was it connected to the Epstein files and Brad Karp, the leader of Paul Weiss, trying to do a major cover-up and, get this, deport one of the victims in order to protect one of his own clients? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Ghislaine Maxwell, Howard Lutnick, at least six men who Tom Massey, the leader of the bipartisan movement to release the Epstein files, has said have basically been indicted by the Epstein files that he's been able to look at as the Trump administration continues to cover it up. The performative art piece of watching Ghislaine Maxwell, who already waived her Fifth Amendment privilege when she identified, quote unquote, 29 men that cut sweetheart deals with the Justice Department and refused to name them. That's not how the Fifth Amendment works, by the way, but we will talk about that. And speaking of crazies, we have an update coming on the air tonight related to the Fulton County, Georgia raid. I wondered when it happened. What could they have possibly told? That's interesting. That's interesting. I like Judge McBurney, not quite the right judge, but I appreciate Judge McBurney. There we go. I was wondering what they could have possibly told the federal magistrate judge to establish probable cause that a crime had been committed in order to get a search warrant to execute a raid on Fulton County about 2020. I was like, what could it be? The judge in the case has issued an order, forced the Trump administration to unmask the FBI affidavit. And boy, is my head spinning. People who couldn't even make the varsity squad for Team Crazy in the White House during 2020 are now being used as confidential informants and witnesses, all conspiracy theorists, all rogues gallery of people whose theories have been soundly debunked. They're the basis for the FBI agent to go into a federal magistrate and say, not that there's probable cause that a crime that was committed, admitting he doesn't have probable cause at best. If these things happened and if they happened intentionally, it may violate federal law. That's not how affidavits in support of a search warrant work. And this FBI agent should immediately resign, and everybody involved, and we'll be naming names here on the intersection, should be put in jail for misleading a federal magistrate judge. And we're going to see what the Article 3 judge has to say about it, J.P. Booley, related to the affidavit that was filed. The Department of Justice has effectively admitted in one of its new filings that it can't legitimately indict former FBI Director James Comey, nor New York Attorney General Letitia James. And so they're trying to resuscitate the indictments that were illegally obtained by the failed, resigning in disgrace, no longer in the Department of Justice prosecutor, Lindsay Halligan. That, for me, is an admission that between grand juries rejecting them, federal judges rejecting them, and them being out of time, as it relates at least to James Comey, that Pam Bondi is a deep, deep crap with her boss as she takes the stand tomorrow for the Department of Justice's Oversight Committee hearing led by the House and Senate Democrats. That's going to be live on Legal AF YouTube, because she's not making good on her promises to Donald Trump a year ago this month to not only create a weaponization committee, but to go after his political enemies. So far, not doing very well. We'll talk about that here at the intersection. Judge Vargas, a Biden appointee, is blocking, along with the Second Circuit, Donald Trump's efforts to take the American economy hostage. He has a weird penchant, hobby of killing jobs. I don't know how else to put it. He does not pass up an opportunity to kill an American job. And if there's a labor union attached to it, all the better. $16 billion already allocated by Congress, held up by Donald Trump.
Because he hates labor unions.
To pay for a new tunnel between New Jersey and New York under the Hudson River. More importantly, it represents 20% of the American economy in the traffic that flows through that tunnel, both passenger and freight. 3 months ago, Donald Trump stopped it. He recently said, well, if you spray paint my name on Penn Station, New York, or Dulles Airport, I may release the funds. This is the same guy, of course, that kept $400 million of Ukrainian money hostage when he threatened the then new President Zelensky in that famous phone call. And so Chuck Schumer, Cory Booker, Governor Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey, Letitia James of New York, they're fighting mad. They're winning at the district court level. Second Circuit looks like it's going to be siding with them, at least in the short term. And thousands of union jobs are going to be preserved. I want to talk about that particular case as well here at the intersection. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here. I love Tuesdays. Midas jokes that it's the day that Popok rides solo. Sometimes I have guests, but it's Popok Unleashed, Popok Unplugged. Can't put Popok in the corner. All right, enough of saying my name. I'm sure there's a drinking game now associated with that. But I appreciate each and every one of you being here. Let's get into Epstein, all things Epstein, with an update there. So let's start with Howard Lutnick. Why not? Commerce Secretary had to now admit under oath at an Appropriations Committee hearing today that, oh yeah, I think I did go with my family and teenage children to Epstein's Island Christmas 2013 when we were, quote unquote, transiting with our yacht across the Caribbean, as if that was the only island to stop on. Like when you're island hopping, I don't know if going to Pedo Island 5 years after Jeffrey Epstein took a sweetheart plea deal on, but it was still disgusting nonetheless, which was engaging in child prostitution. I don't think, is that the guy you bring your 14, 13, 12, and 9-year-old to? And how do I know those were the ages? Not because I worked with Howard Lutnick, but because he listed it in an email. I mean, I'm sorry, you suspect that your next door neighbor 7 years earlier is some sort of disgusting, depraved person who has a massage table where a dining room should be. And this is the person you bring not only your children to, but the children of one of your best friends, and enlist the ages? Seriously? But even more came out, although it didn't come out during the Appropriations Committee hearing, but it came out in the Epstein files. Then they had a nanny. Even Lutnick talks about his nanny, you know, as just so we can all empathize with him, right, with all of our nanny issues. He talked about his nanny. What he forgot to mention is the nanny's resume ended up over at Epstein's house and sent over there. Why? Lutnick and his wife knew that Epstein didn't have any children. I assume the nanny was female, maybe vulnerable. And so you're going to send the nanny over to Epstein? And having worked with Howard Lutnick for a number of years, I know the tell when he's not telling the truth. So
you saw him
first
speaking through his teeth
4 months ago when he thought we wouldn't get to the bottom of the Epstein files. He told on a podcast owned and operated by Rupert Murdoch's New York Post, he told a big lie about his relationship and how it ended in 2005. Let's play the clip.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
All right, so we are
in number 11, and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So we renovate, we buy our house, and our house is pigeons and mice.
Right.
Okay, it was derelict.
Right.
So we rebuild our house.
I'm sorry, I don't believe that for shit.
Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant, on like a Saturday, says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. So my wife and I go next door. You know, we walk the 7 steps,
yes,
right, to the next house for coffee. We share a wall.
Right.
Right? So it's New York City. So he invites us in. We have coffee in this, and he says, do you want a tour? He said, great.
Interesting.
He's got a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got, well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide. And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the door, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room. And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage. Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me, and I look at her, and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. That guy was there. I wasn't going.
All right, all of that is a lie. We know that from the Epstein files that came out. From 2005 until as late as 2017, Epstein and Lutnick were in business together in a company related to advertising and technology called AdFin, where they both invested money in it together. There were email exchanges between their assistants to set up drinks in 2011. Everything I'm telling you now is after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted and served time for child prostitution solicitation. Okay? Someone in the organization, I'm sure, solicited Jeffrey Epstein to make a $50,000 donation to a Jewish charity that was giving an award to Lutnick in 2015, and that happened. And then we've got, while the business deal is going on, we've got the Caribbean island visit, because Howard is on a giant yacht with other people in his family and another couple. And of all the islands that they could visit for lunch, they visit Epstein's Island with Epstein there, announcing that their arrival will include all of these children. So when you just heard Lutnick say, I would never be in a room alone for business, for philanthropy, for social ever again, that was a lie. He hoped that what was in the Epstein files would never see the light of day. And then he keeps going. 2017, 2018. There's a museum near their homes on the Upper East Side of New York called the Frick, one of my favorite museums.
A Frick?
In a beautiful Fifth Avenue mansion that was owned by a guy named Frick that's now a private collection. And they were expanding. And they didn't want to lose their view of Central Park or whatever. So Lutnick contacts Epstein. We got to join together. We got to stop the museum. So with all of that information, putting a lie to what he said, I guess he thought one day he wouldn't have to sit in a seat under oath and have to answer for it. But today, at an Appropriations Committee hearing, he did. Let's play the clip.
Lutnick, I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him, his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there.
Can we put that? I don't know if you can hold it. Can we put that back up? Just Lutnick testifying. I want to point out something for the audience. I don't know if we can do it. Can we do it? Or just put up and then hit stop. Just show one slide. I'm stressing out my producers.
Oh.
Can we do that? Let me see if I can do it. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Because Lutnick was obviously prepared for this line of questioning in the Appropriations Committee, and he brought a special guest with him that I want to point out in the picture as soon as we get it up. We got everybody on the edge of their seat right now. Okay. Oh, so close. Let's go back to Lutnick at the microphone. Okay. Because who goes to a Appropriations Committee meeting? I'm gonna roll it back. Stop right there. To Howard Lutnick's left, our right on the screen. That's his wife.
I wondered.
Okay. What cabinet member comes to an Appropriations Committee meeting and has his wife, Allison Lutnick, who's also on the board of the Kennedy Center, sit right behind him, right? See, this is, again, using family, right? Speaking of prostitution, prostituting your family in order to try to curry some favor. I guess he thought there'd be some good photo opportunities with him, whatever, with his wife, and that, and to give him more credibility. I think it's a disgusting display to bring your family into this. You went to the island, you went with your family, you did it, you lied to the American people 4 months ago, and in any other country, but in the Trump America, with MAGA in Congress, he would be tossed. He would be thrown out. If this was our UK friends, he'd already be gone.
Oh yeah.
And Ro Khanna has said the exact same thing. And Thomas Massie, a Republican, has called. You can take it down. Has called for his head and his removal. That's Lutnick, not the only one. Let me turn to Brad Karp, guy you never heard of. You might have remembered that at the very beginning of the administration, a dozen or more top law firms bent over and paid a tithe to Donald Trump and the administration under false claims of DEI and weaponization. It's just because Trump couldn't get one of these major firms to touch him with a 10-foot pole. He was radioactive for various reasons, including fraud, the insurrection, and nobody wanted to represent him. That's why he had to run around and get Todd Blanche, a solo practitioner, and a guy named Chris Tice, another solo practitioner, and Alina Habba, nobody ever heard of, to represent him. So his payback when he got back into office was to make these people bend the knee to him. And the first law firm that did so was Paul Weiss, which I know well. I have friends that work there. It's one of the, I worked at a competitor firm in New York. Brad Karp, the then leader, negotiated that deal so that Paul Weiss would give the Trump administration $40 million in free legal services in return for them not being crushed by Donald Trump and put into the wood chipper. Now, other firms fought back and got federal judges to put a stop to that, but not Paul Weiss. Now, with new information that's come out, that Brad Karp was a lot closer to Jeffrey Epstein and a number of people that are in the Epstein files, like Leon Black of Apollo, the financier, and was working behind the scenes to cover up for the depraved child sex trafficking ring. Now, the fact that Paul Weiss was the first to fall in line is making a lot more sense. Almost like it was Brad Karp using his partner's money, because I'm sure or time, a reputation, because I'm sure he didn't disclose it to them, like to try to convince the Trump administration not to open the Epstein files. And for a year, he was pretty successful. I just don't see it as a coincidence. It just can't be that the same firm and the same guy who's covering up for Epstein, right, is the first one in to settle. And that settlement was the template for the dozens of other law firms totaling $1 billion that Stephen Miller was able to negotiate, right? That's why Brad Karp is no longer really, I don't know if he's still at Paul Weiss, but he's pretty close to being removed. And Brad Karp and Epstein have something else in common with Donald Trump. They love using deportation against political enemies or enemies, because there is information in the 3 million documents that Brad Karp and Epstein were considering trying to get one of the victims, one of the predatory victims of the child sex trafficking ring, deported in order to get her out of the United States. Does it sound familiar? Yeah. And no, I'll tell you straight, as a lawyer for 35 years, I'm probably Brad Karp's contemporary. No, this is not appropriate, ethical, legal services to be providing to a client. It's just that he got caught. He's not the only one. The general counsel of Goldman Sachs was so close to Jeffrey Epstein that she was the executor for his will. You see how this whole incestuous world of rich and powerful all sort of comes together here? Which brings us to the new revelations in the 3 million pages of Epstein files. See, it's like a 3 million piece jigsaw puzzle that gets dumped out on the floor. And it takes us a while to piece things together so that the image comes into view. That's why it's taken us a few days to see these things. Like Jeffrey Epstein was extorting these men by reminding them that he got them underage girls or sex outside the marriage or whatever you were going to call it. Bill Gates and others, Leon Black included. This may explain where Jeffrey Epstein got a lot of his money from, because no one can understand where a middle school math teacher ended up having billions of dollars under management, including Les Wexner, who ran The Limited and Victoria's Secrets, stroking major checks to Jeffrey Epstein. Which brings us to the other revelations in the 3 million, which is the at least 6 men who are currently redacted, but that people in Congress have now seen are could be criminally indicted, except we don't have an FBI and a Department of Justice that's doing anything about it. While Ghislaine Maxwell says in her handwritten, she produced her own writ of habeas corpus because her lawyer fired her. She filed the writ, her last gasp effort to get out of jail.
You said lawyer fired her.
Tossing her the keys in a pardon. And in her petition, 50 pages in length that she did herself, she said there were 29 other men, co-conspirators, who got a sweetheart deal of some sort related to Jeffrey Epstein. I guess she's trying to use that as an excuse, like, well, I got my 5 counts of child sex trafficking, but what about them? It's always about whataboutism. What about them? Except she doesn't identify them. And then when she's called to Congress, she takes the 5th and says, I got my writ of habeas corpus petition, and I can't, I'd love to, but I can't. See, that's a false, bad faith assertion of the 5th Amendment. And Ro Khanna and Massey and others should run to federal court and strip and get a federal judge to strip that 5th Amendment away from her. She can't use it as a sword and a shield. She can't use it as the basis for her writ of habeas corpus application, but then when asked about it, she takes the 5th Amendment. That's not how the 5th Amendment works, and yeah, they're bringing everybody else in, the Clintons and this and that. But, you really want to find out? The problem is she's already lied. She already could be indicted because she lied to Todd Blanche in that 9-hour interview several months ago. We know it. We know it from emails and other documents that put a lie to most of what she said, other than I am Ghislaine Maxwell and I'm sitting in a prison in Florida. Really, everything else was a lie in that 9 hours. I mean, we've worked through that. And then lastly, I've kind of round out the Epstein update for today. Survivors were on Capitol Hill along with Chuck Schumer to announce a new bill, sort of a companion, named after Virginia Giuffre, a companion to the Epstein Transparency Act, which would remove the statute of limitations and allow these survivors, not just of Epstein, but all sex abuse survivors and victims, to go to court in civil cases and sue their predators without worrying about it happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Just lift the statute of limitations. Now, many states like California have opened windows to allow just such a thing. I'm working very closely, and we're about to announce it. We're just working out the last details. I'm working with a survivor organization called Survivor Strategies out of California, run by Sam Maloney and former state senator Joe Dunn. And in collaboration with the Popak firm, we're going to be providing full resources to sex abuse survivors and victims, from lobbying on their behalf for laws like the one that's being considered at the federal in Congress and in state houses, to providing them psychological and financial resources, to providing them with legal services to file these cases on their behalf. And stay tuned. Sometime in another couple of weeks, we're just putting the finishing touches on the website, which will be the place where people can call in and use a contact form to get their matters started. But I'm proud to do that. And Lisa Phillips, one of the Epstein survivors and leaders, who's in Washington tonight. I tried to get her on the show, but she's meeting with other survivors and couldn't break from that, is going to work with us on that as well. So let me turn next to Fulton County. And let me take some questions first from our audience. Let's see what's up in our list here. Okay, perfect. Kama Fark says, will someone please state clearly and completely, including sources, what evidence accompanied the FBI search warrant for Fulton County? Okay, perfect. That segued. Thank you for that softball. That led right into my Fulton County update. All right. So a week or so ago, there's been this battle between Donald Trump election deniers and Fulton County since the day after the election. And as soon as they got back into power, the Department of Justice sued civilly to get voter data. Now, courts that consider this resoundingly reject the federal government getting state-run election voter data, because the Constitution says, cut out. That's for the states. It's not for the federal government. You have no role. You can't just scratch your itch and curiosity. You have to have a proper oversight or power, given to you by the Constitution or a statute, and you don't. So California, federal judge Carter rejects it. Coming on the air, Michigan, federal judge rejects the voter lawsuit, dismisses it. So we had that going on. They kept hitting a brick wall. Then something we followed recently, somebody entered the Trump administration several months ago. And he is a major election denier, represented Kari Lake, got sanctioned by the Arizona State Supreme Court for fraud on the court, a guy by the name of Kurt Olson. He is at best the junior varsity for Team Crazy in 2020. Varsity's level, Sidney Powell, Ken Chesbrough, John Eastman, Rudy Giuliani. That's right. That's the all-star team. This guy was so nutty that even they didn't believe most of what he was saying And he has been whispering in Donald Trump's ear, apparently, with direct phone calls since 2020 about seizing voting machines. So if you wonder where Donald Trump got seizing voting machines idea from, it's from Kurt Olson. And then he's out representing all the other election deniers, Carrie Lake and this and that. Works with Mike Lindell. And then he's got a whole little group of other crazies, election deniers. Remember, 70 federal lawsuits rejected election fraud, outcome determinative election fraud that would have changed the election result from Biden to Trump. Okay? FBI investigation at the time, the head of cybersecurity at the time, you name it. Every independent, trustworthy source said there may have been a little fraud. There's always 0.01%, 0.001% of fraud, but not outcome determinative.
Yeah, no.
So I wondered.
There was interference, but it wasn't fraud.
A magistrate judge to find probable cause to issue a search warrant to get 700 boxes of voting data, optical scanners and sheets and all that. I said, I wonder who's cooperating. And then, because Judge Booley, the Article 3 judge, ordered it, the government had to file the affidavit today for the FBI agent, Hugh Raymond Evans, who says he works in the Office of Public Corruption for the Atlanta field office. I'm like, wow, this ought to be good. And then there's just a dozen names from the pantheon of election deniers and crazies that this federal FBI agent relies on to convince a magistrate judge that there has been fraud in the election. It starts with Kurt Olson, who again has been sanctioned by a state Supreme Court for fraud on the court related to elections. It continues with people you've never heard of, but now you'll hear nothing but as we continue to cover it.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places Discord,
like
Twitter, YouTube,
Mr.
Steam,
Parikh,
Xbox, and
Clay
PlayStation Old Mage Guy on
Parikh,
TikTok as Mage.
a self-taught DIY election fraud analyst who worked for this same guy, Mr. Olson, who worked for Mike Lindell, Pillow Guy, okay? But he's and works for an organization called Election Oversight Group, which is also a major conspiracy theory, despite their title, and a conspiracy theory group that also counts as one of its subscribers, Cleta Mitchell, who's an election denier of the First Order, and just witness after witness after witness. As soon as I saw the phony argument about 17,000 missing ballots, as alleged by the only Republican member of the Fulton County Board of Elections at the time, she was the one that tried to hold up the certification until she physically counted all the ballots. That 17,000 missing Fulton County ballots has been debunked by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, by the FBI, by cybersecurity under the Trump administration, by lawsuits, and yet it pops up again, almost like a fact wrapped up in the FBI affidavit. He cites to chemical engineers who are self-trained and self-taught in election analysis. I'm like, are you kidding me? My favorite one, here it comes. You ready? Got to sit down for this one. Is a reliance. Let me pull the paragraph here. Sorry, I'm thumbing through it myself. See if I can grab it quick enough. I can. There is one. The FBI agent says that he also interviewed and relied on a person who used an online database that person admits may not actually represent voter data obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request that he himself got secondhand. And then he used that to come up with some analysis about some missing ballots. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? A person looked at an online database, and then that he's not even sure where it came from, and then made some analysis, and you as the FBI agent, you're relying on it? This is on paragraph 29 of the affidavit. You ready? Witness number 5, unnamed, is a data analyst, I don't even know what that means, who reviewed and analyzed original ballot images and recount ballot images. He downloaded the data online from ZebraDuck, and believed it was from an open records request to Fulton County, but it's not positive he was not part of acquiring that data. He got it secondhand. And yet, paragraph after paragraph, giving credibility and credence to ZebraDuck. Even at the end, the best that the FBI agent can say is that if anything of any of these crazy theories was done intentionally, then maybe it would form the basis of a crime. I'm like, that's not probable cause that a crime has been committed. Now, here's what should happen. Judge Booley, who's the big-time federal judge over this, having now reviewed this information, with Fulton County putting in front of him that these are all team crazy and crazy conspiracy theorists that are being manipulated, of course, by Donald Trump or vice versa, should toss the affidavit, should quash the subpoena as a violation of the Fourth Amendment rights against illegal search and seizure in Fulton County. Plain and simple. I got a video that's up on Midas on this. If you want to learn more, that's Fulton County. Okay. Let me just check another question and answer here. Okay, that's interesting. I got from my producer telling me that the Trump administration, through Jeanine Pirro in the District of Columbia, tried to get an indictment in connection with the 6 congresspeople and senators who are in the intelligence and military community, including Elisa Slotkin and Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly, the now famous Don't Give Up the Ship video, in which in 90 seconds they reminded the military that they have their back, that they have a constitutional duty and oath, that they cannot follow unconstitutional orders and illegal orders of the commander-in-chief, plain and simple, which is frankly just a statement of fact, of military justice, of the Nuremberg principles, one that even Pete Hegseth, in a long lost, although we found it, clip from 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when he was teaching at the military academy, said the exact same thing. And that now you know why Elise Slotkin did not go in to voluntarily meet with Jeanine Pirro's office last week to give an interview, and because they were trying to get the indictment and she didn't want to help them with it. Now they've got First Amendment protection, they've got speech and debate privilege protection as members of Congress, and the lawsuit that Mark Kelly brought first, as Pete Hegseth tried to demote him, censure him, because he's a retiree as a naval captain, having been not only the space shuttle commander on a couple of missions, including the last one, but also flew dozens and dozens of successful as a fighter pilot in the Iraq War. But they want to take away his commission, his pension, censure him. So he ran into court, and last week, Judge Leon, who's also the ballroom judge, said, he hasn't issued his order yet, but he will, about blocking any censure of a senator for criticizing the administration who happens to be in the military. It's coming. Yeah, that is definitely coming. I want to take a break for just 1 second and talk about the ways to support what we do here on the intersection, and then the kind of the foundation for the intersection for me, which is the Legal AF ecosystem. So we've got a YouTube channel called Legal AF, the YouTube channel. 12 new videos a day. I usually do the first 4. I've got contributors like Adam Klasfeld, All Rise News, Sidney Blumenthal, and Sean Wilentz with Court of History. We've got the American Civil Liberties Union. We've got Court Accountability Action. We've got the Pragmatic Optimists. And just an amazing group of people doing regular reporting for you at the intersection of law and politics. We just crossed 1,050,000 subscribers. With your help, we'll get to 2 million. by the time the 2026 election happens, or 2028 election happens. I mean, I like it this year. And the reason that we talk about it so much is because, I'll be frank, if we don't have the subscriber base, if we don't have the commitment, if we don't have the loyalty of our audience, which we do, we're out of business. Turn off the lights. You'll go to where Legal AF YouTube or podcast should have been, and it'll just be black. And we can't allow that. I mean, it's just too important that that we build this community together, and that we stand shoulder to shoulder to resist the Trump administration. And so that's why we talk about Tube Channel. We have a paid subscription level there for people that can swing that. And then we've got this other fantastic community, one, frankly, that I didn't even know about a couple of years ago. I remember when Ben Meiselas said to me, we should have a Substack. I was like, what is that? Something else I have to do? What is it? But now being on it, it's just a crossover community of Legal AF people, law and politics, that want to get their information through Substack and join together. I do 2 lives a day on Substack. We'll get 2,000-3,000 people, talking about in real time stories, because there's things I can do in real time on Substack I can't do even on YouTube on that channel. We do 10 or 11 pieces of writing and essays, commentary, all on Legal AF Substack. And we're now in the top 5 of all U.S. politics rising on Substack. That's a testament to you and your support, and to encourage people to give us the resources we need to continue to expand. I'm running a 35% sale on annual membership on Legal AF Substack. And with those resources, I think you're seeing it. The ACLU just joined us. Anthony Davis is about to join us to do global AF analysis on the Legal AF YouTube channel and Substack and all of that. So that's what's really, we have no ads tonight. That's the pitch, to have you become even closer to our community. All right, so let's go to the Department of Justice and the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals about Letitia James and James Comey. I'm gonna take a swig of water. See, with no ad break, I don't get to drink water. Thank you for blocking that. So, how do we get here? Trump has an enemies list. We all know what it is. Adam Schiff, Senator from California. Dr. Lisa Cook, Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Letitia James, New York Attorney General, pardon me. James Comey, former FBI director. James Brennan, former director of the CIA. John Bolton, former UN ambassador. National security advisor.
That can be left alone.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. February of last year, Pam Bondi issued a weaponization memo, a first day memo, saying that she was going to turn the Department of Justice around and start going after Donald Trump's political enemies. They originally appointed Ed Martin from Missouri, which is now leading the Fulton County search warrant issue, all these Missouri election deniers. And they from that memo forward, they tried to get indictments against these people. We are now 6 months since they tried to shame and embarrass Adam Schiff for mortgage fraud, and still no indictment. Lisa Cook, mortgage fraud allegations. Federal Reserve Board of Governors, no indictment. Letitia James, New York Attorney General, who got a fraud judgment against Donald Trump, among other things, and former FBI Director James Comey. There he used Lindsay Halligan, the Insta prosecutor, no prosecutorial experience, no federal court experience. This was I can't put this any sharper. She was an insurance defense lawyer. No slight on insurance defense lawyers. Doing slip and falls and fender bender law in Florida in state court. And she became the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, one of the 3 most prestigious prosecutors' offices before Donald Trump's Department of Justice in America. And the reason she was put in there was not to have a career as a prosecutor. It was to go after, in one place in Virginia, Letitia James, who bought a house in Norfolk, Virginia, and James Comey, who lived in the suburbs of Virginia. And since no career prosecutor would go after these people, no legitimate prosecutor, he created one in Lindsay Halligan, who by herself, although I think people like Ed Martin were guiding her, with 17 days to go on the clock before the statute of limitations on lying to Congress, which is what they tried to get Comey on, was going to expire. 17 days to go. She went into 2 grand juries within days apart and got an indictment against James Comey and one against Letitia James. Now, Lord knows what she told the jury in there. We know from magistrate judges who looked at the transcript that she violated the 5th Amendment, the 4th Amendment, and the 6th Amendment in that process. That's all? Just the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment? So those indictments were likely to be dismissed anyway. But she comes out with the 2 indictments like, look at me, Mom, I got the indictments, or Dad. Okay. Right away, Comey and Letitia James's lawyers, 2 separate lawyers, 2 separate judges, filed motions to dismiss the indictment and to declare that Lindsay Halligan was unconstitutionally and illegally appointed. It gets assigned by the 4th Circuit Court of Appeals Chief Judge to Judge Curry in South Carolina to handle it for the district. She rules a day or 2 before Thanksgiving this past year, 2025, that Lindsay Halligan is illegally and unconstitutionally appointed because Pam Bondi could only appoint 1 interim U.S. attorney for 120 days. That guy got fired, and she can't restart the clock and keep appointing successive 120-day people because that violates the appointment clause of the Constitution. You got to get a U.S. attorney confirmed through the Senate. Yeah. Now, most of Donald Trump's, but not all, of his appointees get blocked, a lot of them, like Alina Habba, Lindsay Halligan, and others, by the senators of each state who have blue slip privileges. It's a tradition in the Senate going back a couple hundred years that in order for a federal officer who needs confirmation, like a U.S. attorney, to even advance to the confirmation process, the senators of that state for that where that officer is located has to submit their blue slip of approval. And they both have to do it. So in states that are split, Republican and Democrat, some states are, it's hard to get the 2 blue slips, at least today. So Virginia is 2 Democratic senators. They refused to allow Lindsay Halligan to progress to confirmation. Once Curry made the decision that she was illegally appointed, then a series of judges in the Eastern District of Virginia refused to recognize Lindsay Halligan as the U.S. attorney, including one, Novak, Judge Novak, who said, you are impersonating a U.S. attorney. You are masquerading as a U.S. attorney, and I'm about to sanction you. Within a day or 2 of that order, she resigned in disgrace. Now, Judge Curry also ruled that her indictments of both Letitia James and James Comey were illegally obtained. In other words, the fruit of a poisonous tree. She could not create proper indictments because she was illegal herself. And those indictments, therefore, were dismissed. Now, Trump administration, just like we just learned, they've been trying to indict all these members of Congress for the video, tried to get a new indictment of both James Comey and Lindsay Halligan. Letitia James. On Letitia James, they failed 2 more times. And the grand juries were so pissed in Norfolk, Virginia, that one of them did something very unusual. They announced in open court that they were not returning an indictment against Letitia James. It was so embarrassing to the government that they asked the federal judge to seal the record so that we didn't know that a grand jury had spoken that way. And the judge said, I don't know why they returned the no bill in open court, but they did. And I can only speculate why, and no, I'm not sealing it. So they can't get this indictment using a non-Lindsay Halligan prosecutor. And the prosecutor they brought in to babysit Lindsay Halligan, he got fired and walked out already too. Robert McBride, gone. So they're having problems with that, getting a new indictment to fix the problem. On James Comey, they got a bigger problem, if that's possible. Time's up. He's beyond 5 years since he testified to Congress, which was one of their issues, that he lied in response to some muddled, convoluted question from Ted Cruz. And the indictment didn't stop the clock because Judge Curry ruled it invalid. And I've heard the government argue, well, there's a rule, I think it's Rule 60 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. If I'm wrong, you let me know. That says if there's a technical defect, like a scrivener's error in the indictment, you can fix it within 60 days. Scrivener's, it's not a typo. It's that the prosecutor was illegal. You know, like a drive-through prosecutor just stepped in off the street. So they can't re-indict. They're out of time. And then they've got Judge Cole Arcatelli, who ruled that a major feature of their presentation to the grand jury was information that the government never should have had and never should have used, which was private communication between James Comey and his lawyer, Daniel Richman. And she ruled, based on a motion by Daniel Richman, that was an illegal search and seizure without search warrant of Daniel Richman's material, and it cannot be used for the indictment unless there's a proper search warrant properly executed. That was a couple of months ago. Still no search warrant, still no proper execution. So their last gasp is basically a confession to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, the Trump administration, Department of Justice, that they have to try to revive the old indictments because they can't get a new indictment legitimately. And now they've told the Fourth Circuit that Pam Bondi's allowed to keep appointing successive prosecutors, even though that's not what the appointment clause of the Constitution says. And that in any event, the indictments should still be revived. They completely ignore, they don't even drop it in a footnote, that the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, right next door in Philadelphia, ruled in the Alina Habba case exactly the opposite of what they're arguing in this case. As an advocate, and I've done appellate advocacy in federal court, you need to at least acknowledge, as an officer of the court, that there is a decision in another district that's against you. You can explain it. You can say they're wrong, but you can't, by operation of magical thinking, just ignore it. Like, well, it's a bad decision against it. I'll just ignore it and act like it didn't happen. This is the problem with the Department of Justice. They're going to lose at the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. They are not going to overrule, I don't believe, Judge Curry, but she was right. And in the interim, Lindsay Halligan didn't stick around to find out what would happen. She already resigned, which I don't think helps the appeal. In disgrace. She's not even in the Department of Justice. They couldn't even convince her. She's so abused. Of her own making. I don't feel sorry for her. She's so abused that she didn't even stick around. They couldn't even give her another job just for window dressing. So that's the update on the Fourth Circuit. Now I want to end with, let me check questions because I get, anything else in team? We got anything else in questions? No, I don't see anything else. Let's see, hold on one second. Probably some technical difficulties tonight. So let me move on to Judge Vargas. And thank you for the 11,000 people that joined here. I got a new question in. This is from Matt N606. Can Bavino and Noam be held criminally liable for relocating prime suspects of Good and Preddy murder out of Minnesota? You mean letting the agents leave during the investigation? Anytime we talk about criminal liability, it's going to have to be the state at this point. Minnesota, led by Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, who I'm going to have the pleasure of interviewing along with 13 other attorneys general in about a week in San Francisco, and I'll bring that up with him about where are we with his investigation. But if it's it would be obstruction of justice, and states have obstruction of justice just the way that the federal system has. in terms of the future Department of Justice, I love saying the future Department of Justice. Implicit in that statement is that it will be run by a Democrat. But the future Department of Justice, obstruction of justice statute of limitations it's not going to run in
Come
time.
on.
So yes, a future DOJ can go after people like long list of people in this administration, for sure. And then lastly, fact checker 9919 said, can citizens seriously injured by ICE bring legal action against Stephen Miller and those implementing his daily quota orders? I mean, if I'm a civil plaintiff's lawyer, and I am, and I'm working with people like Bob Simon that's suing on behalf of victims of ICE and Border Patrol, do you need to sue a person like Stephen Miller personally, along with, ICE and Border Patrol and Kristi Noem and Trump in his official capacity? You certainly could. You certainly could. There's enough data out there that indicates that he is running the show, including Kristi Noem admitting to Axios that she takes her orders from Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. So if I'm a lawyer like that, and I know a number of them, Bob, I'm looking at you. Sue Stephen Miller. Why not? Let him have to struggle to get out of the case and claim that he's got federal officer immunity. I mean, there is something called the Westfall Act, which is named after a case, which gives immunity for somebody in their official capacity doing certain things. It's not as broad as presidential immunity given by case law in the United States Supreme Court, but there is a statute that, like, if you're in your job and you're doing your job description and you injure people, you may have immunity. And so that would come into play. But I think it's worth a shot. I certainly like where you're going with that. Let me wrap up here with Judge Vargas. So Judge Vargas, Jeanette Vargas, a Biden appointee, super smart. She's presiding over this case involving the Gateway Project, which is to try to rehabilitate and build a new tunnel between New York and New Jersey. 20% of the nation's economy flows through this kind of tunnel. The North River Tunnel, severely damaged in Hurricane Sandy in 2012. They've been talking about replacing that for decades. Chris Christie came up with an idea, was going to fund it, and then blocked it. Even, what is it with the Republicans and blocking public works that help the economy, or blocking things that help labor unions? Chris Christie runs around today as the anti-Trump, but remember, he's the guy that diverted traffic to penalize a small town mayor for opposing him, in vindictive manner, blocking the Gateway Project and all that. So, but Democrats see not only tens of thousands of jobs, a generational project where children will replace their parents and grandparents on it. You got to build a tunnel under the Hudson. Takes a minute, but we need it for the economy. And it just chaps Donald Trump's ass that California represents a quarter of the nation's economy, if not more, and New York another. And together, it's like 50% of the economy is California and New York. I'm not dissing the other states or its representatives, but at the same time, let's acknowledge facts, shall we? Immutable economic facts about how the economy works. Service economy, another economy. So Trump holding $16 billion hostage, apparently, according to Chuck Schumer, says, I'll release the money and let you continue the project, but I want my name on everything. Hakeem Jeffries called it graffiti. I want my name on Penn Station. I want my name on Dulles Airport. And Schumer was like, F off, legally F off. And Trump cut off the money. And so the New Jersey and New York, led by Letitia James again, the Attorney General there, Governor Mikey Sherrill, the new governor of New Jersey, and others, ran into court, got a temporary restraining order 4 days ago from Judge Vargas to get the money flowing, because they'd already tapped into all their credit lines and all their lines of credit at banks. It's over. They had to furlough over 1,000 workers, in the last day and stop the project. Vargas said no, blocked it, and said the Trump administration has to fund because it's arbitrary and capricious, violates the Administrative Procedures Act, separation of powers. It's a purse issue. That's Congress, not you. And then she gave a couple of days for Trump to run to the Second Circuit and get a stay if he wanted it. She already denied the stay. He ran into court yesterday and asked the Second Circuit to grant the stay. And as of right now, they haven't granted the stay, meaning he's got to pay the money and get that project back up and running. That's why you have people chanting in New York and New Jersey, release the funds. In fact, we have a clip. Do we have a clip of that?
The busiest rail stretch in all of North America. This is all being put on the line now by a president, it seems, to just want things named after him. By a president that has no good policy reasons for doing it. This is sabotage. This is political hostage taking. This is actually one of the worst acts of extortion I've ever seen.
Why, as a president, you would punish this region of the country, responsible for almost 20% of the nation's GDP, building the future of America right here. Why you would attack that, I do not know, but I will tell you what I've heard. I've heard it's because he wants Dulles Airport named after him. I've heard it's because he wants Penn Station named after him. I've heard that that's what he cares about more than the people on this job site.
And for those that didn't recognize it, that was Cory Booker, the senator from New Jersey, my home state, and the new governor of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, former helicopter pilot in the military. Keep an eye on Virginia's Governor Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill, Cory Booker. These are the leaders of the Democratic Party that are going to work together to defeat Donald Trump. And the Democrats have a very, very deep bench, and something that is a competitive advantage as we head into the midterm elections. With the polling numbers where they are, as long as the Democrats are successful in closing the deal with the American people, to convince them that they will fight against corruption, make their lives better, and work on the economy and affordability, and have people like Mikey Sherrill and Cory Booker as the next generation, and Spanberger, to give people confidence in the dignity of this level of leadership, then the Democrats should be able to close the deal with that contract with America. But I'm glad you're here. The Intersection, Tuesday nights. You want to support this show? It's up on audio, on any place you get your audio podcast from. Plug in The Intersection. Leave a 5-star review and comments. It helps keep the show on the air. Because of you, we're in the top between 20 and 50 of all YouTube podcasts on a weekly basis. That's quite an honor that I'm accepting on your behalf, because without you, our audience, not happening. And then we've got, so tell your friends about The Intersection, have to join here. And then finally, the ecosystem, right? Legal AF, the YouTube channel. We're making our way. We already got our first 1 million subscribers and audience participants with us. We're looking to build that to 2 million. That gives us the street credibility to continue to bring on the senators and the governors and the attorneys general and the new contributors that are required at this moment. And then Legal AF Substack as well is a place where if you want to become a card-carrying member of the Legal AF community, consider becoming a paid member. To encourage you, I'm running a 35% off sale on annual membership. Comes out to about a Starbucks coffee a month, and we'll overwhelm you with content. I mean, that's all I can put it. And a couple of programming notes. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., Legal AF YouTube channel under the live tab. Join us, and I'll do a little pregame show for Pam Bondi, who's going to have to sit and deliver under oath about the most corrupt Department of Justice in history, the Epstein files, the cover-up and the scandal, the going after political critics of Donald Trump, and you know, the Department of Justice's defense of the indefensible. Border Patrol, ICE, federal security forces, killing, maiming, torturing, not only migrants, but Americans. And those who want a dignified path towards staying in this country and working hard. You know, we just saw the new stats. The vast majority of people that are being picked up by ICE, separated from their families, college students, 5-year-olds, people who are working, paying taxes, billions of dollars in taxes. They're not criminals, neither here nor in their home countries, their original countries. They just want the same thing my grandparents wanted when they came on boats from Europe to America, a dignified path to citizenship, right? Ellis Island is not just the Statue of Liberty. It was a naturalization center. When you came through, you were instantly, you know, all those little old-timey movies we watch where they show Ellis Island? You walked out with proper documents to be able to live in the country. I don't know if they were issuing green cards or giving you citizenship, but you were able to get to be an American citizen like my grandparents. Instead of making people hide like rats in the shadows, that's not America. That's not our America. It's not the country. It's not our brand of patriotism, and we need to kind of take that back. So I'm glad you're all here. So, Wednesdays and Saturdays, Legal AF, the podcast. Tuesdays, The Intersection, and then all the other ways to support us. Programming note, we got tomorrow Pam Bondi. We've got Anthony Davis joining us for Global AF, at least a video a day. And then on the 17th of this month, I will be in San Francisco interviewing 13 attorneys general. I have 3 separate panels, including some one-on-ones. Tish James, the New York Attorney General, is part of that process, and I'll be honored to bring back some amazing content and interviews. One of the things I want to focus on with them is what they are prepared to do right now, and I know they're prepared, to protect voting rights and our elections from the grubby hands of Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and their security forces and their ICE and Border Patrol and National Guard and takeover. What are they prepared to do? I assure you, the injunctions and the moving papers are already drafted, but I'll get down to the bottom of it with interviews at the San Francisco Democratic Attorneys General Conference when I'm out there. So until my next report, thank you for being on The Intersection. Shout out to the Midas Mighty and the Legal AFers. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court...
Okay, that is it. At least for now. Oh. Earwax. Getting a base built next to one of the more prominent spots needed. Well, you didn't tell me about that one, you bastard. Oh well. Oh, I have opened it. I just haven't taken a drink of it yet. Yep. Dang. It actually looks like a building that's sunk. And it's not small. Surprised I still have so much build budget left. There's literally roof access from the ground. I love it.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. I can fix that thing. This is nice. It has a very open floor plan. Multiple levels. And fishing. All while in the base. Oh. This would be a good place to put water purifiers. Not bad at all. It's not perfect, but it don't need to be perfect. An inaccessible space.
All right. Cool. So I have to open those other shutters from the outside, or here. Hey, that works. I don't think those shutters are going to let in any light. These no longer have the shutters because I have to replace them still. I might put some support pillars to actually make the second story look supported properly. I might not. It's me we're talking about. It was fixing that. I mean, sure, I could cover that space, but not sure I really want to. Well, shite. I guess I could make the villager mall. I wasn't exactly expecting to do it for that reason, but it works. So one spot would have the vendors, one spot would have the food court, one spot would have the work court, the other one would have the storage spot. Or no, the other one would have the boost spot. I like it. It works. More so than I was originally expecting as I was building it. I was going for this visual layout because I wanted to encompass the pond and have it as a centerpiece. Doing it like this, I like it. Oh. But I don't want to do that. I like the way the stairs are there. I don't want to change it. Fine, I'll leave it alone. I'm saying, those are street lamps that don't have the best light radius. As for these guys, on the other hand, having major light radius. Excuse me. Crap. I can't even provide power to my place at the moment. Well, at least I've got a base. So I have an easy way to travel over this way. And it's definitely going to need some work. But I've got the basis of it down. And I look forward to doing the rest of it. But, in the meantime, I need copper. I'll have my character sit here while I go use this room. Alright. So, I can't help but have one of my favorite little skits from other creators that's run through my head. And that's when the regular Joker from regular universe Batman meets Ultimate Batman. Because I gotta say, from some of the other creators pretty much got it right. If the original Joker saw Ultimate Batman, he would shit bricks. I mean, one that keeps going around. Ultimate Batman shows up, and Joker just starts going off. Like, what the hell? Who the fuck are you? And Batman's like, I'm Batman. He's like, no the fuck you're not. You're Bat-Brick. What the fuck you do? You look like you ate Bane. I've been hitting the gym. You haven't been hitting the gym. You've been hitting the Venom. It goes on for just a little bit before Ultimate Batman's like, I'm gonna stab you now. And Joker's like, stop me? From what? I haven't even done anything yet. Ultimate Batman pulls out his axe, and Joker's like, Batman, is that an axe? And I'm sorry, but Bat-Brick, pretty good way to describe Ultimate Batman. Okay, the mic was going, so I wasn't completely talking to myself. It's nap time.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Baudaviaro, have a good evening.
You taking off? You have a good evening as well, Arrow. And
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Baudaviaro, ha ha ha, sound like some good is getting smoked.
yeah, I got dabs. Strawberry blonde. I'll be a strain this time. All right. Burps. Man, booger.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow of Yarrow, weary.
Okay. Resources. Collectors. Concrete extractor. I was gonna say, I know there's a spot for this one. I think there's only one spot for the concrete. That's for junk. Oh. Ah, there it is. Mineral. How did I have that much copper? No, close out of it. Get back my first person view. Okay, so I forgot I didn't get the log extractor put down. I don't have time. I hate that it does that. Liberators, huh? Oh. All right. What did you do? Trapped in the house? Yep. And he went down the hole. No, he didn't. Son of a...
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Where's the damn thingy? Oh, that'll do. Power. Okay. Extractors there. So we've got a group of 4 over here. One, 2, 3. What's up, baby girl? I think that's pretty much all of them. So, power generator. First we need camp pieces. We need 1 foundation piece.
Come on. Okay, I don't want to sit here and have to put up 10 of them just to get the one in the center. Oh, oh, got it. If it's smaller, it's harder to hit. I mean, I could hide it. Making it extremely hard to hit. Okay, I gotta take a drink of something. It's definitely catching the back of my throat, though. You say trap. I say hideaway tool. It's locked though. So instead, because I had a quick light bulb, throw down columns. To keep all the power off the ground. Connectors, and then we want these guys. Well, I mean, that works. I actually wanted to sit on top, but if you're going to let me just embed it in there, making a cleaner look, I will take it. And I will be happy about it. One of those, I'll take it and I won't bitch. I'm going to have to check all of these after the fact. I already got one on you. I need to get one on you. People can be like, what? Yeah, I was afraid that that might happen. That's okay. Yeah, that's too far of a run. Even I know better than that. Okay, that should have everything running. Can't take out the fence. Can't take out the trees. It'd be nice if I could cut the grass. Pinch. I can't take the explosive container out. The house is of no importance. It's not in the way, it's not got anything I need to defend in it. Okay, which means there's one thing left. At the very minimum. Shotgun, missile, laser. That went one per machine, I went one per pole. Which is going to mean on top of that machine, on top of that machine. I can need one there. And then I'm out of balloon. Okay. Shit. Which means I'm going to take and move this one. You know what? Fuck it. Gonna have a couple of airborne rangers. Sit above it all and be able to see it all, shoot at it all. Honestly, this is what I should do with all of them, is just set them up in the air. Homeboy's over there. This guy. My hair is too long. Not for that spot. I really don't care to be daisy chaining, but what can I do at the moment? I need to get my class thing put up. I forgot already. And it's a little late to be forgetting. I've already spent a lot of materials on making sure I got this set up. Too long. Not too long anymore. Somebody's gonna bitch about my balloon turrets. Is that all I've really gotta say is, I'm sorry you don't like my floating defense. Oh, too long. Okay. So my balloons are up. I cannot make any more, because I don't have materials needed. You get out of here. There's a bench over here in the barn. Things that are and are not removable are interesting. Because it keeps you warm. Okay, don't need scraps it. Yeah, come on with me, because I don't have the aluminum to make another one of you right now. Don't you annoy the crap out of people? And poof, no visible power. Copper. By the barn. I thought I told you to repair it all. Okay. A little bit of luck, that should take care of it. Oh, wait a minute. I need to, set up storage still. Poor pissy robot. Nobody's eating his food, so he's being a crybaby. This monstrosity. Strap box, ammo storage, and medical aid storage. It will eventually make that actually look nice, but not here. He's a little obnoxious. $416 stem packs in storage. Yeah. Copper's being harvested. I also need an aluminum sight. Well, then your kitchen sucks. Oh shit, that won't build. Hi. You're not very nice. Oh, not the damn camera. So there's supposed to be some aluminum deposits around here. Oh. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be nodes. No, I could very well be wrong. It's kind of right here on the edge. Bog territory. There's some copper. What copper is not the mineral I'm looking for? Coal deposit. Not really looking for coal. Good to know it's there though. So yeah, I'd be looking down inside that stuff. Or along the roads.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Well, I don't think that's going to be a good spot.
SGS_science says, so I didn't realize you can trade Vulcan armor, so I can give you the arm.
Oh yeah, no, can't trade Vulcan. I didn't even think about it. Thanks for trying, or at least thinking of me. It's not like I haven't accidentally done the same thing to you in return several times. It goes both ways.
SGS_science says, still have the anti-armors for you.
Nice. I've got to figure out exactly how I'm going to use those. Okay, I'm not seeing the aluminum either. And that's the only spot that looks like it has multiple aluminum on that map. Safe consent. Bum 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 bum. Active camp that I need to finish building, setting up. There it is, Red Rocket. I can't remember if I'll get kicked for inactivity on a private server. But, ooh. Come here, Glow Body. Come here, Glow Body. So I've got my ability to drop nuke too. I've gotten into the Enclave, I got my generals clearance. So I still gotta go back to bunker, but excuse me, other way. Yep. I noticed people aren't as aggressive about the workshops anymore. Or at least not over here on PC. What? I didn't just get that. Vault man before, yeah. Clear the enemies. I mean, okay. I completely intend to do just that. Oh shit. Mr. Gutsy's having a bad day. Look at him torque though. Go Gutsy, go Gutsy, go. Oh, hope the church do the job.
SGS_science says, I need right leg and chest, then I have a full Vulcan set.
Thanks. Oh, that's why. Oh, you bastard. It's like, nope. Quite the lodge, yeah, this one. There's a junk. Oh. I heard something scurrying.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
And where is it being dropped at? Because I can't check the movie. Damn it. We shouldn't just come in here. It wasn't gonna work. Oh. Come on. Why did the ash heap not trigger? That should have triggered Nuka World on tour. Oh no. Well, come on. Come on, move. Lovely. Not much ammo for that. Good thing I got plenty of everything else. Well, yeah. Seriously? No, it does not seem my team is here. I am already on the team. Ow! What the hell was that for, bud? Blue. Fucking brilliant. You motherfucker. How does it feel, bitch? I see a science. Okay. Okay, so the lasers apparently were not enough. Oh fuck, might as well, right here. Or I do. Make sure science is not spending extra time on a team without getting the bonuses. I mean, shit. Seismic activity to Tunnel of Love? Alright. And I'm already right here. Retake both of them. He says science.
Yes, there's a few lights missing in that area. You'll want to start by finding those and setting them up.
I didn't even get to call for help, nothing. Just dead. Somebody doing things. Oh. Jump. Oh great, am I Alert King 2? Bullshit. Was midair. Way outside of your clawy reach.
SGS_science says, I'ma go do some raids if you'd like to join.
Okay, gotta get everything repaired here first. And make sure I grab some more ammo. guess I could come over there and make the ammo. Now to think about it. Oh, Mom and Dad are home, sounds of it. So I need to go check on them too, real quick too. I know you don't typically care about clothing in this game, because you're typically in your power armor. But I have a set that I think you might like. Be right back.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Alright, I've got a little bit longer before I'm going to be able to run raids. I'm going to make it dinner. Okay. Franco and Crispy. Part 2 chicken. Oh boy. I don't even have the rocket stop harvesting yet. Yeah, I think I just need to be doing harvesters on the private world or something. When it says you gotta go now. Okay. I really do hate my back sometimes. Alright. So we'll see how these Purdue stuff tastes. Smells pretty decent. Tour spot, guys. This is an open it here spot. Gotta give credit. Chicken at least smells good. I think there's more to the chicken nuggets than the strips. I said I think there was more to the chicken nuggets than there was to the chicken strips. Yeah. I'm just like, I think it's a good thing you got two. You get out the kitchen. Go on. Good girl, Chichi. Back out the kitchen. Good girl. She's like, yes, but you're being too slow. Like, no. Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense as to why she would be so adamant. Oh, I know it. Yeah. That's both bags. Gee, out the kitchen. Good girl. That is horrible. It does smell pretty decent. I was gonna say, it smells like a canned meal. Uh-huh. Alright, so... Yeah. So, it says at least 6 minutes. I'm going to put it on for 10 because of the volume. And by the time it beeps, it'll be checked and it'll be about done. I've got all that airfire stuff in one shot, though I'm probably going to have to put it back in. Move that so I don't get disconnected. Yeah, I need to see if in a private world I get disconnected pretty okay. Hey? Oh. I don't know, I didn't do it. Oh. Oh.
SGS
well, there is
sign
still a
says,
soda in the fridge
You
because I didn't
do.
drink
I
it.
use a mouse mover to keep myself online.
I need to see about getting a mouse mover then, sadly. Especially with this touchpad forced stuff right now. Because it'd be nice to actually have it running through my harvester. My harvester's running overnight and actually build up. Stock. The reason why I took the 2 places I did was aluminum and copper are the most robust in those 2 spots. 3 of each. From those spots, it's just bonus. But I've literally been so low on copper and aluminum that I've been stopped from doing half the stuff I need to. Like right now, I couldn't give you any more ECU ammo if I wanted to. I mean, if I had it, you're damn right I would. I wouldn't even bat an eye. But can't give what I don't have. Wait a minute. Can you stock up in a private world for your regular world? Because I don't remember if you can do that or not. One of those, is there a point to me going on a private world? That's what I used to use it for before. If I remember correctly. That and picking up chainsaws. So, yeah, they have to work.
SGS_sign says, Private world is just the same, just a paid for private session so you get a fresh world instead of one that's been used up.
Yeah. I'm just too used to the other old game modes too. I mean, high risk still appears to be one that's running, as well as build worlds and whatnot. Kind of like the fact that they've made it a lot easier to get bullion now. Okay. Phew. I heard it pop. I was like, eh. Phew. I'm like, no, not a kitchen disaster. We're still in their good graces. Like, no. Oh, I know, but still, I'd feel like an ass. I know you would too. Yeah, it was a heart attack, a little tiny heart attack, figuratively speaking. Oh. Yeah. Are you being a grouch? Huh? He's like, no. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any more 45 in here. Well, if I'm running raids, I sure as hell don't need the harpoon gun. Don't think I have any fusion cells in here either. I have a little bit, but not enough. That's right, that's what was stopping me from doing my trading. What am I running right now? Furious. But I needed copper to make rounds for that, too.
SGS_science says, "I'll come drop you what I got. Least I could do."
I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to set up. Because if you're running Gauss already, there's no point in both of us running it. Flamer barrel versus sniper barrel.
SGS_science says, "I'm just a tank lol."
Tank's gotta be able to do his damage too. I still need to run over to the freaking train station. Stuff is all out of whack at the moment. Oop. You're already here. That almost poofed off. Thank you. Make sure I'm on the right class first. Pretty sure I am. Yep. That'll make things a lot easier. Not that one. 1,050. Okay. I've got mine on me at the moment. Super stem. I do have some stuff to learn. Okay. Got that one. Makes myself some 45. $1,000, okay. Come on. That'll do. Oh, where's the science? Here's my sleepyhead. Oh, my girl. Right.
Need some ammo, Ken, or spicy?
Oh shit. I forgot. I already did that. And I half suspect he's gonna be broke too.
Please don't stab other
Yep.
customers while they shop.
I don't want the treasure map. Just in time. Oh, I see. He's at his base. See if there's anything chilling out down here. Quick check says nope. Everything's been being properly. Oh! Not quite everything.
Stream Element says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Small little surprise of loot. Nothing major. Enough for me to eat my words. So there was some. Oh. Oh shit, already there. You guys are cute. Rank 69. Oh. Oh shit. Well, I had better make sure I get this repaired. And that I'm on the right class. I'm pretty sure I am. Class check. Proper. There we go. Fail. Oh.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense system.
Which one? Oh, come on, stop lagging. Oh! What a wipe. Oh, shit.
SGS_science says, I died from touching the wall. WTF.
What the fuck? Wasn't able to get over there fast enough. I'm not gonna sit upstairs anymore. Fuck that shit. I'm not gonna announce my status anymore.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Magus Stompers! That was quick. Ooh. Good job, yes. Oh. Anti-armor broadsider. Yes. I still haven't got my crystal stuff yet, Jimmy.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
It's like, oh no, not you. What's up? I can bring it up, yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes, I can. Appreciated. Yep, not a problem. Okay. Okay. Looks like I need to sit the next one out. I gotta bring up a thing of water and get my dinner. So I'll be right back.
automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense system. automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense system. An automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
SGS_science says, raid days with science lol. SGS_science says, muted.
No. I said, this is going well. I shouldn't have scrapped that helmet. I like the aesthetic of the Vulcan helmet.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
What I should probably be doing is saving parts.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating
I got closed out. Fire. Look at me, look at me. How good? Runners, 4-star legendary mod.
SGS_science says, game crashed lol.
Oh no. Jesus. Oh. He did. I've never had the Holy Fire to give it a go here, but personally I think the Goss Mini is probably one of the better selections. If not the best selection for this boss. You are now team leader. Travel and get these bastards taken care of. Oh. No, that's not all they're at, Toads. That's why they seem so familiar. Still says there's rat toads hanging about. Guess I'll have to go check the barn. Bruh. What rat toads? I don't see any Kermit's causing me trouble. Broken toilet. I already got the broken toilet. I don't want it again. Nothing to repair. All right. It generates just enough power to run one. Repair your defenses. Dogs. You little fuckers. Controller, yes, the music. Yes, no the hell it doesn't. Matter of fact, a player that's not used to aim assist using aim assist gets thrown off by it. Okay. Not yet. First off, step out of the armor. Defend the homestead. I'll pass for now. Oh, I'm fat. Okay. Well, no, it all gets stored, so. It says science is no longer online. Well, I've done the daily thing to do. What time is it? 10 o'clock. So about the time things start slowing down. I think I might stop the stream for a little bit. Whoa, that got bright. Stop the stream for a little bit. Find myself a mouse mover. Use the bathroom, all that good jazz. And then start the stream back up. Play from the private world. Maybe eventually it will take over the private world, but not tonight. It's just made me think of Pinky and the Brain, of course. The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. So I'll be back after a bit. Turn off the controller for now. Alright. I did not ask for that. Tell them I come back. This old mage guy. See you guys after.